Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on the prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic signal in a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's a towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker. He can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook. Tober like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm out of bounds. 25 a game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide and the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the hometown go boom. Force a fumble, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Hey. We are back with a different layout today. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? I see David Screws in the chat right now. We're about to go live on Facebook. Let's go. Blitz will be joining us shortly. What's up, Facebook? Keep pounding crew! It's scheduled release day. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as scheduled releases for the off-season, the regular season next year, and for our channel, as well as the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League. The Keep Pounding League. Let's get into the content. Yo, we got Blitzball joining us today. He's going live as well, so we'll try to get to as many comments as we can. I'm going to have him join in just a second. First of all, quick shout out. David Screws, keep pounding. Shine this season. Show the entire NFL who we really are. Shock the world. I don't know that this is really the year to do that yet, but we'll see. We'll see. Hey,
That's what we can
yo.
expect.
What's going on, man?
Hey, you made it. How's it going?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good.
Cool deal. Well, yeah, you just in time. But yeah, quite an interesting schedule. I don't know if you got a chance to glance at it, but
I did briefly.
okay. Well, yeah,
Give me
we
one
we
second.
gonna
I'll
dive
get you
in.
on the screen.
We gonna dive in tonight. That's for sure. I'll also let Mr. Carolina know he is currently spending time with his wife, but he will probably join us later. So just an FYI.
Okay.
But so what I was just mentioning as you were getting on, so just to go ahead and get it out of the way, the 3 preseason games are Patriots, Jets, Bills. In that order. Patriots, Jets, Bills. Patriots and Bills on the road, Jets at home. So I figured I'd just get that out of the way since, preseason.
Yeah.
Preseason's preseason. It's not as big as the regular season, but it is good to at least get an idea of who we're facing.
True, true, true.
So, unless you have any opening statements, I say we dive in to this regular season schedule.
Let me pull it up real quick.
Sure. Now, I will say there are a lot of folks that are surprised that we don't have any primetime games. I mean, we have the one international game, but we don't have any Monday, Sunday, or even any Thursday night football games. Which, if you ask me, that's not really a surprise to me. I hate to say it, but it's not really that surprising to me. Your thoughts on that? Oh, excuse me.
1 minute. I'm setting up. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No problem. No problem. Take your time. But, oh, let me not.
I got a new setup here, so I'm trying to get used to it here.
Oh, fancy. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Still trying to figure it out, so. Okay. Where is my... What the heck? Okay, so if it looks a little weird here, just go with it, I guess.
Okay.
I can't really get it to work on this one.
This could end up being a very special season, perhaps, for the Carolina Panthers, because this is their 30th season in franchise history.
It is not wanting to work. Hold on.
Quite a big milestone. But yeah, 30 seasons. This is season number 30. The Dirty 30.
30 seasons is quite a bit, and we've had some success, we've had some craziness along the way, we've had some happy, sad. It's like a Disney roller coaster ride, but we're here.
We are here indeed. We've definitely come a long way, and at least in the midst of it, have established an identity with the Carolina Panthers, just, across different seasons. A lot of things have stood out. But maybe this 30th one might be special. hopefully what we see out there on the field is special.
True. Is the
So,
chat working here? Because people
as
are
I
supposed
said,
to show up
we
in the
just have
chat.
we just have the one international game, no primetime games.
Right.
So, I guess without further ado, shall we go in, or do you need a little more time?
I think we're good. My opening thoughts are that,
Yeah.
you know, don't expect us to make the playoffs this year, just even before we even look at this schedule. But if we do, it's a bonus.
Yes, I agree.
I'm looking at 7 to 8 wins here, just right off rip before we even look at the schedule. And if we hit 7 to 8 wins, get excited, folks, because that's a great sign that we're going in the right direction. And we're doing all the little things right to put ourselves in a position where we can get to the 10-win season in 25, and be a consistent winner. So, for me, are you willing to sacrifice one bad year in order to get to the promised land? One more bad year? Just one? Folks, are you? Because I'm there. What's one more year, when we actually have a plan this time?
Yeah.
And I feel like this is going in the right direction. If you look at this offseason, we have picked up the right people. We have a map here. We know what we're doing. And it looks professional. It looks like we know what we're doing for once.
Yeah, it's definitely off to a good start. Forest City Kitty, welcome to the stream. Says week one's going to be interesting. Keep pounding. It's a blessing to have an NFL team in the Carolinas for 30 years. Absolutely.
Thank you, Jerry Richardson, for that. It is an honor to be a fan of this team and to model both of our channels after your franchise.
Been a fan since the beginning and will keep pushing forward.
Exactly. I am so proud to be a fan. Through the good, the bad, the ugly, and the tepper. We're still here.
I like what you did there.
We're still here, baby. We're still here. We're not going anywhere.
Still here, indeed. And, we've seen a lot of ups and downs with this franchise. I mean, we've seen some ups, some downs, some really ups. So, for all those, shout out to all the Panther fans that are still here to this day, still repping Keep Pounding, still repping Cardiac Cats, or whichever era you came in.
Facts.
Shout outs to each and every one of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep this going. We've gotten close to a Super Bowl, but let's not give up hope. Might take a while, but keep on believing. Like Sam Mills said, keep pounding.
That's right. We will get there.
We will get there. Okay.
Shout out to everybody on Facebook. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. We got David Screws in here. He says, here's a point: we don't even deserve the Germany game. That's how I feel. If we don't deserve a primetime game, why do we have a Germany game? Ooh. Sorry,
Good
I'm
question.
just a little sour about no primetime game. Fair point, man. Fair point.
That is a good question. I mean,
I can't really argue with that. My worst fear about that Germany game was the fact that it was going to be the Kansas City Chiefs. I had odds on the Chiefs the whole way through this whole offseason, just thinking it was going to be KC. And I was like, oh no. Because the Panther fans in Germany don't want to see a blowout. But they also, want to come out and support their team, and they only get one shot to do it. So I'm thankful that it was not KC. That information was leaked early this morning. It was the Giants. So,
yes, that's correct.
Thank God
Because if it was KC, oh
you
my
guys are
God.
going to get to see a good game over at Germany.
Yeah. Yeah, if it would have been KC, that oof.
Oh
Oof.
my God. That would be an impossible choice for Panther fans in Germany.
Yeah. um. Unfortunately, I just saw the post on this, but it's official that the Carolina Panthers are the only team without a scheduled primetime game.
Wow.
Yeah,
We're the only ones? How was that
we're the
possible?
we're the only ones, according to Joe Joseph Pearson on X. Yeah, we're the only NFL team for this upcoming season without a scheduled primetime game. Ouch.
David wanted it to be KC. He says, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe a little bit.
Really?
Maybe just a little bit. I mean,
You know what? I can shout out to David Screws. I love the optimism.
Me
He's
too.
ready for things to get back on track.
Yeah.
I totally get it.
Yeah, I do too. You know, you coming in with that positive energy, and I love it, man. You know, you're just a year too early. You know what I'm saying? Just a year too early. Because when we start popping off in 25, it only takes one more off season, guys. One more. We're right
Yeah.
on track. We're right on schedule. We'll definitely talk about that running back room and all of that extra stuff, you know, after the schedule release stuff. But we want to get to the main event here before we start talking semantics.
Yes, indeed. So, let's go ahead and dive right in.
Alrighty.
Week 1, we are opening up on the road against the division rival New Orleans Saints. 1 p.m. game.
This is a 1 p.m. game in the Dome in New Orleans.
The Dome.
But my whole thing is, like, look at our track record in the Dome in New Orleans.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. That's why I'm thinking, like, when I was first looking at, like, the opponents before the official schedule release came out, I said, there's no way we're winning that one. We're splitting with the Saints at least. If not taking both L's.
Yeah.
I just don't see a win on the road opening it up.
It's really interesting because in 2022 we swept the Saints, and then last season they swept us.
Yeah.
So I could see this being a split between us and the Saints.
That's what I'm thinking. And the new additions for the Saints are really interesting because they got Chase Young, they got Nathan Peterman, Demario Davis, Tyrod Matthew is now signed through 2025.
Yikes.
Yeah. And on the 8th of January, they signed a whole bunch of people to reserve future contracts.
Oh, interesting.
Bunch of no names really that I'm not familiar with. But as far as, like, you know, they're not people that would make a difference immediately.
Right.
But like I was saying in the group chats a couple days ago, everybody has a name on this roster, whether it be a 90-man roster, practice squad, whoever it may be. You know, don't just say, oh, well, it's a nobody. You know, these guys took the time, the energy, the blood, sweat, and the tears to get to the NFL. You know, I think it's worth learning about these guys, don't you? You know, even if they don't last, at least let's learn about them. Let's find out who they are.
Yeah. And any given day, somebody that you're least familiar with blows up into a star.
Right. I mean, look at Brenton Burson. Nobody knew who that dude was until we made the Super Bowl. Perfect example right there. Nobody knew who Effie Abada was when we got him from over in the London Exchange. Nobody had a clue who he was until he got his opportunity. So you just never know. Who is going to be the next Effie Abada on this roster? You're going to find out in preseason, ladies and gents. That's why I encourage you, watch the entire preseason games. Top to bottom.
Oh yeah. Get your eyes on some of these folks.
The
especially
last 2
those
minutes
that you aren't familiar with.
The last 2 to 4 minutes of the fourth quarter of these preseason games, some of these guys like Effie Abada will get an opportunity. You know, and that's when you find your hidden gem. Your future hidden gem. So that's why I do pay attention to these future contracts and stuff like that. I pay attention to everything because one day it might make a difference. One of these guys might get signed to us.
Mm-hmm. Now, one of the things I do want to mention is we have not won our opening week 1 game since 2021.
That's correct.
So it would be nice to open up with a victory. Despite this being in New Orleans.
Have the Saints signed all of their draft picks yet?
That's a good question.
I don't think they have.
You know?
I think the biggest people to worry about is, again, Alvin Kamara. You know,
right.
Chris Olave. Keith Kirkwood is now a New Orleans Saints wide receiver. So
and don't
keep
forget
that in
they
mind.
Still have, I think they still have Jamal Williams, so they still got that.
That's correct.
Running back combo.
They've got Rashid Shaheed from the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
He came over from the Broncos. A.T. Perry.
Yeah.
Trevor
Olave.
Penning. So I mean, there's still some weapons here. Even though you got Derek Carr leading this thing, which I mean was relatively unimpressive with the Raiders. Mm-hmm. And here's the thing with the Raiders is that is a highly competitive division. If you are not winning games in the AFC West, you're not going to last long. Your coaching job is at risk within 2 years. Your quarterback contract is at risk within 2 years. That's how strictly they take that stuff. They take that stuff very seriously, especially with KC winning the whole thing. So you got a highly competitive Raiders and Chargers team, you know, fighting. Right. And the Raiders have been stagnant. Therefore, Derek Carr got shipped out. You know, because he didn't win enough games. But we all know that he has a lot more talent than that, you know. But the thing is, like, he was stuck in that competitive division. So what are you going to do? You know, if he goes over to, say, the Saints or the Buccaneers, he might have a lot more of an easier time with a good line and good weapons like the Saints have. So he could be the second best quarterback in this division, in my opinion. Some people are going to say Penix Jr.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say Bryce Young.
Interesting.
I'm going to go outside of the box here and say Bryce Young. Because look at our offensive starting 5. Look at our weaponry now. Look at our game plan. That, from what I'm hearing, it didn't even take them very long to learn. So now you've got an overcrowded running back room. There is no excuse why this dude can't do something. And don't give me, oh, he's too short. He's too short. Stop that.
Yeah, that's getting old.
You know, the funny thing is, these same people that want to hate on Bryce Young, next thing I hear, when you actually challenge him and you ask him, why do you hate Bryce Young? Or what makes you hate Bryce Young? And they go, oh, well, he didn't have any. We don't hate Bryce Young. He just didn't have any offensive line protection. He didn't have a coaching staff. He didn't have the system. It was like, isn't that interesting? That's what I've been saying all year.
Right,
So now you're
right.
trying to switch your. Now you're trying to switch your order up. Imagine you're in the order in the drive-through line at a doggone McDonald's, and you're trying to switch up the order. You know, after you've already ordered. It don't work like that, bro.
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that. You can't do that anymore. Stick to a story and be done with it. Either you don't like the guy and admit it, or, oh, there's actual legitimate reasons why he did not succeed. Who would have possibly thought of that one? You know?
Fair point. Fair point.
You know, this ain't Burger King, guys. You can't just change up your story. You can't have it both ways. So, I mean, Bryce haters, I'm calling y'all out right now. Stop this. I'm calling y'all out on that one. Because I've been saying this same stuff all year. Now you finally want to join the train? Welcome aboard. But it's a little late now. That's all I'm saying. So, getting back to Derek Carr, I think he will be the second best quarterback in the NFC South this year.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And I think Penix Jr. will be number 3. There's a little bit of a quarterback issue in Atlanta. We'll get to that in a little bit. But you got Jameis Winston behind Derek Carr. And we saw what Jameis Winston is capable of, and more importantly, what he's not capable of already. Even with this weaponry, come on, it's Jameis Winston. Who's scared of Jameis Winston?
Oh, wait, he's not with the Saints anymore, bro.
He's not?
Nah, he's with the Browns.
Oh, okay. In that case, they got Taysom Hill.
Yeah, but they also did draft, I believe, Spencer Rattler.
Ooh. Okay. Spencer might be a threat.
So I'm sure
once they coach him up, he might be a threat.
Yeah. So they'll probably.
I was not happy when I saw the Saints got him. That's twice a year we got to deal with him in the future, man.
Yeah. Damien says Bears-Panthers rematch gonna be fun. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, it is. We're winning this time. We're winning this time. We beefed up this roster.
Shoot.
This ain't going to be the same old Panthers roster you saw last year. This team's going to come in there with a fire and a chip on their shoulder this time. Y'all better be ready. Because we're about to go on the prowl. We hunting some dirty birds, too.
Oh, and I better not hear no excuses about no offensive line, offense here, offense there, because y'all decided to keep the same coaches.
Yep.
I'll just say that. May the best team win.
Facts. When Clowney blows up your quarterback, I don't want to hear it.
So, what you thinking? Week 1, Saints, win or loss?
That's unfortunately going to be a loss. I mean, essentially they've kept most of their most dangerous defensive players, and they added Tyrann Mathieu. So this is going to be dangerous. Walking in there, week 1. I can't see a win here. if Tyrann Mathieu has even a sliver of the skill he used to, we're not throwing it deep. That's just a fact. We're going to have to play hooky, and game management for most of that game.
Yeah.
We got to play keep away with that dude, man.
To be honest with you, I hope I'm wrong, but just with the history of how things have been and just with this type of start, I got a feeling it's also going to be a loss at first.
Yeah.
Because, honestly, these first 5 games are rather interesting, especially with the next 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're both in agreement. Saints week 1 loss.
And keep in mind, any of these losses I've already thrown out the book on. I'm not even worried about it. I'm not going to get upset if we take those L's, because this year's a wash. Let's be honest and call it what it is. It's a wash. We got to rebuild, and we got to finish that rebuild with this 2024 season and the 2025 offseason. So I'm not even going to get mad. Whoever we lose to. It only helps us in the draft order to get what we need to finish this thing. So, if it happens to be the Saints, so be it. I'd rather we get that win right there, but I just don't see it.
Damien says, I ain't worried. We still got y'all's extra draft pick. Win or lose that game, we still win no matter the outcome. Well, shoot, if you're going into it about it that way, you might as well not even watch the game.
If you really look at it, we've got 9 draft picks next year. 9 picks.
Come on, Damien. Where's your competitive spirit, dude?
So who's really winning? Who's really winning out of this? Because we got a first-round pick next year.
Damien, where's your competitive spirit?
Oh, I'm sorry. Weren't you people in Bears Nation the ones complaining about the fact that, going absolutely ape about the fact that you got our first-round pick? We got a first-round pick next year. How about them apples?
Oh.
And I guarantee you we're going to pick our guy. And we're going to get our guy. Because Dave Canales and Dan know what they're doing. What about you? Who'd you draft?
All I'm saying is
what'd you do with our number 1 pick?
It doesn't matter the outcome. Okay.
What did you guys... No. Let's not dance around this. What did you guys do with that number 1 pick last year? This year? Huh? That you got from us? Got anything good for us? Because... to me, if you're going to take a pick 1, round 1 from us, you better get your guy.
Well,
and we're talking about a Bears team that was, dead set on Justin Fields, who did absolutely nothing.
Damien says, I have no hopes in our season only because Bears don't develop quarterbacks.
Well, all of that starts with your management, just like it did here in Carolina. Start fixing that management.
Yeah,
It starts with the GM, the head coach, the offensive coordinator, the defensive coordinator. What y'all going to do about that? Because at this point, if your owner doesn't care, nobody else is going to care.
That much is true.
And I use the example of Arthur Blank from Atlanta because this dude did not care at all about the Atlanta offensive line. At all. He was already putting every quarterback that came into Atlanta at risk, including Matt Ryan. You want to know why this dude hasn't won 3 rings and has 3 3 Lombardi sitting in Atlanta right now. Look through the GMs that Arthur Blank has been hiring. Need I say more? That dude could easily match up with Peyton Manning, all of these guys, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers. He would easily be up there with everybody and put up the same numbers. Yet, oh, Matt Ryan is terrible. Matt Ryan is this. Matt Ryan is that. Okay, well, let's look at his yardage, shall we? Consistent. And when he finally got his offensive line in 2016, look what he did. But the Patriots, being the Patriots, of course, did what they did. So, all I'm saying is, any quarterback that you bring into Atlanta, give him a line.
Yeah, give him a line.
That's all I'm saying. Give him a line. And watch what they do. They've already got the weapons.
So, in that aspect, Damien, and your history of, being a Bears fan, who has been your quarterback that has played for the Bears? Who has been your quarterback? I'm actually curious to hear your take on that. While you're thinking about that, on to week 2, our first home game of the season, 1 p.m. at home against the LA Chargers.
Shout out to Corey Rucker on Facebook. Shout out to Heat3. Heat3 says, we didn't get a game, sad. New England should definitely have a Sunday night game. Fair. David Screw says, did the NFL do this on purpose? Only team with no primetime game, not to mention we go against Brian Burns in Germany. Coincidence? Fair point.
The setup.
Fair point. I mean, that makes for some good television over there. It does. It sells jerseys. And I mean, you want to market the NFL over there, you want to market drama too. A little bit of drama.
Yeah.
You got it.
Drama.
That's good though. I like that. Plus, it's a favorable matchup for us too. We're not going to really have that jet lag going on. We can go and kick their butt, But, yeah, getting back to the Chargers. Okay. Let's see what the Chargers are working with. Because I haven't done too much research on them.
It makes me... The first thing that kind of pops into my mind, and I know probably the main thing folks may say is don't let last year's record fool you, which is a fair argument.
Correct.
While they did finish 5-12, they have been plagued by injuries.
Correct.
And, Justin Herbert didn't play the whole season healthy. So.
Yep.
Although, to be fair, the last time we played the Chargers, a couple of years ago, we did beat them. But that was back when Justin Herbert was really starting to get going.
Oh, wow. They traded Keenan Allen to Chicago for a 4th-round pick.
Yeah. That they did.
Ooh. Did they get their weapon in the draft?
But you know what's scary? Look at their wide receiver core. Look at the years of drafting. Jalen Johnson.
Oh, wow.
Quentin Johnston. Lad McConkey.
They released Mike Williams?
And DJ Chark.
Whoa. They released Mike Williams. Where did Mike Williams
really?
end up? Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
On 313, yeah. Where did he go to? That caught my attention.
You said Mike Williams?
Yep.
The Jets.
Oh, wow. That's right. He wanted to play with Aaron Rodgers. Also, the Chargers re-signed Hayden Hurst.
Oh, interesting.
And they got Bozeman. They signed Denzel Perryman. Let's see, what other big names do we see here? Are you familiar with running back Jarrett Patterson? By chance?
No. The only running backs I see on there that kind of stick out are J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards.
For some reason, I remember that name, Jarrett Patterson. I don't know why. And I was associated.
Oh, yeah. That's right. They drafted Joe Alt.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Did they get their
Joe
wide receiver
Alt,
weapon,
and they still
though?
got Rashawn Slater? Oh. Okay.
Okay, so yeah. They addressed their offensive line. They addressed everything, really. So, I mean, the Chargers loaded back up. It's good to see that. Somebody's got to compete with KC out there in the West. Because it ain't going to be the Raiders. The Raiders are staying stagnant. And Denver's, well, Sean Payton.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Now.
Don't they have Khalil Mack?
Did they get Khalil Mack?
Yeah, Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa.
Wow. All right, Denver might be loading up a little bit. Keep your eyes peeled. That's interesting.
Damien says the only quarterback I had faith in was Jay Cutler and Fields, but I don't know. Okay, I'll give you that. I mean,
yeah.
Jay Cutler, I mean, one-time Pro Bowler.
Jay was interesting. He was an interesting person to watch.
Like, with Jay Cutler, like, there were some games that he would just be, like, he will just go off on one game and throw, like, 6 touchdowns. And then, like, the next game he'll throw, like, 4 or 5 interceptions just randomly. Like, I don't know. It was weird with Jay Cutler. Something about momentum. But,
okay.
To be honest with you, I feel like a healthy Chargers team is going to really be a problem.
Yep. I agree. That's a loss. Not to mention the fact that they just signed Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
That's their
coach. And he's fresh off his national championship win with Michigan.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Mm-mm.
You want a competitive staff that's going to compete in the AFC West now? You got it with Jim Harbaugh. Nicely done, Chargers. Nicely done. They're going to be a threat. And they went 10 wins last year, too.
Yeah.
I just want to remind people, that was a thing. So, no, let me see who they had last year. So they started out with a loss to the Dolphins. They lost to the Titans. They beat the Vikings, beat the Raiders, lost to the Cowboys, lost big to the Chiefs, of course. Beat the Bears, beat the Jets, lost to a very dangerous Lions team. And you saw how far they went. Lost to the Packers without Aaron Rodgers, I might add.
Right.
That new quarterback of theirs is doing pretty well. He's holding his own. They lost to the Baltimore Ravens, and the Ravens are always a threat when it comes to Week 12 and beyond. When that game is in Baltimore, you're in trouble.
Right.
Yeah. You're already in trouble before you even kick off. They beat the Patriots 6-0. And they lost to the Denver Broncos. Sean Payton finally finding his groove. With Russell Wilson. Took him forever. The Raiders took him to the cleaners 63-21 in Week 15.
Oof.
Yeah,
nasty.
That looked like a Madden score right there.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And they lost to the Bills. Very dangerous McDermott team.
Right.
Lost to the Broncos. And finally lost to the Chiefs again. So, I mean, they that was a 5-game losing streak to finish out the year. So these guys are going to have a chip on their shoulder coming out of next year.
Oh, yeah.
So, who's their first game coming out? It's the Raiders. Oh, boy.
Yeah, they open up at home against the Raiders.
Oh, boy. Raiders, I hate to say this, but this is not going to be a good game for you guys. Strap in. These guys are going to be pissed when they come out of the gate. Because I guarantee you, they remember those 5 games, and they've been sitting on them all off season. That's been stewing. And they're going to remember that 63-point blowout, too. That's going to be... I actually kind of want to watch that game. Too bad it's at the same time as ours. Shoot.
Yeah. But you're in agreement of loss for Chargers.
Oh yeah, that's a 2-0 start for the Chargers right there, and then they got the Steelers next before they get to the Steelers. You know, 2-0.
Damien also said, and Kyle Orton. Kyle Orton, I mean, his last year that he had with the Bears was pretty decent, but Kyle Orton has never really been. I mean, I'm not going to say he was a trash quarterback, but he was never anything special, if you ask me.
Right.
But that's,
Oof.
Okay. Next, and actually, shout out to my dad on this one, because he's actually considering me and him possibly taking a flight to this game, because this here, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the very first time the Carolina Panthers will play in Vegas. Week 3, on the road in Vegas against the Las Vegas Raiders.
In the new stadium.
In the new stadium. This is a 4 o'clock game.
Okay, 4 o'clock game. I got you.
I mean, I'll look into it. I mean, if he's interested, I wouldn't mind going. September 22nd. Yeah, shoot, I might try to go. If he really wants to go, I might try to go.
I'll be streaming that day, so obviously.
Yeah, hopefully flights to Vegas won't. I don't think that's too bad, but then again, it is Vegas.
Right.
So
Right.
I'll have to look into it. But
if you get
Las
a chance
Vegas
to check
Raiders.
it out, man, take some pictures of that new stadium of theirs, because it looks amazing.
Yeah, I've heard
It's
a lot
beautiful,
of good things
dude.
about it, and just from what I've
Oh,
seen
my
on
goodness.
TV, it's a beauty.
Yeah, send me some pictures of the inside of that thing. I'd love to see them.
Cool deal. Now, another team. It's been a while since we've beaten them. And they finished last season 8-9.
Yeah, this has been a very stagnant Raiders team. I mean, they're strong enough to beat half the league, the bottom half of the league. But, at the same time, they've been stagnant, which is not good for them in the AFC West. With the Chargers getting 10 wins every year and the Chiefs just dominating the division.
Yeah. So, I mean,
they've got to find a way to improve and up their game. Otherwise they're going to get left behind.
Right. Now, I will say this. As crazy as this sounds, I think we have a shot at them. I actually think we have a shot. But it's going to depend on a couple of things. First off, they're kind of in another quarterback carousel because, they got Aiden O'Connell, they got Gardner Minshew.
Let me see what the Raiders
have. Running back, Alexander Madison, Amir Abdullah, a familiar name.
Absolutely. Devontae Adams.
That's a threat.
Yep.
Michael Gallup, a healthy Michael Gallup can be a threat.
Absolutely.
Jacoby Myers.
Let's
Oh
see,
yeah, that's right.
what
They
else
did
do we
draft
have?
Brock Bowers, tight end out of Georgia, as their number one. Oh, dude, they also got JPJ, Jackson Powers Johnson.
That's true.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Well,
I'm glad to see he went to a team where he could be useful. You know what I mean? Like, if we weren't going to draft him, I'm glad to see that he at least found somewhere he could call home and do something immediately.
yeah.
I feel like we were never going to have too much of a shot at him anyway.
Right.
But yeah, the dude's 6'3", 334 pounds from Oregon. Big dude.
Right.
Big athletic dude. He's going to be around in the league for a while.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Let's see. Who else do we have here? Zamir White. Oh, they have Byron Young from Alabama, the defensive tackle.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
And of course Max Crosby, he's a threat.
Yep.
Um,
Ooh, they have Will Putman.
they have Marquand McCall.
They have Will Putnam.
Familiar
The
names.
center from Clemson. Backing up Powers Johnson.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I to be fair, I was not that much of a fan of the offensive line from Clemson last year because it looked like trash, and it did lead to half of the problems that the quarterbacks were having.
Uh-huh.
And you saw like transfers happening, with one of them, and I forget where he ended up, but it was not a good year, and we ended up, well, for us considering our standard, nowadays under Dabo Swinney, it was not a good year, but we did win a bowl game, I believe, and that worked out for us. But, yeah, me being a Clemson fan, of course. But I just distinctly remember, seeing, the quarterbacks just throwing it off target and just not knowing where they're supposed to be throwing it and everything else. And it just looks sloppy. Compared to our standards of a typical Clemson year. You've seen what we're capable of when we're going full gear, under Deshaun Watson or a Trevor Lawrence, and it definitely did not look like that. So half the problem was that offensive line, and I've been calling it out all year. Nobody wanted to hear it, in any of the chats, and I'm like, okay, suit yourselves. Be dumb, but I'm trying to call you guys out and say this is what we need. I'm not saying that these are very smart gentlemen,
Right.
and very intelligent gentlemen, but and good people, but they're just not it. You got to find something better. So
right.
Any of those offensive linemen I don't vouch for, such as Will Putman.
Fair enough.
Everybody else I will. Coming out of that draft class.
Damien says, which team scares y'all the most? Easy. The Chiefs.
Yeah. Yep. That's an easy one. Getting to my chat. David Screw says, just now thought about this. We will have full weeks, no short weeks. That means more preparation. This might be a bonus. Starting to feel good about the no primetime games. Yeah, the reason that we have no short weeks is because we're going to Germany.
Yeah, that's a good
why.
point.
So the jet lag counts it as a short week.
Oh, that's a good
Technically.
point. That's a good point. Different time zone.
Yeah.
Yep.
The
That
jet
is a
lag
good
and the
point.
time zone. But it does give us a few more hours to prepare ourselves, as opposed to like what we would normally add.
Right.
So,
Um.
well, a day or two, count it. Thanks to NFL might actually help speed up the progress. Also, mm, it might.
Maybe.
It might actually. Going over to Germany,
Mhm.
I mean that game is going to be a win for us anyway against the Giants. So, considering that right now, a very winnable game. I think possibly the second most winnable game on this roster, on this schedule so far.
Mhm.
So really, that's a progress builder game,
Yeah.
and it's also a way to show the German fans, hey, we're actually doing something. We're not
Yeah.
just sitting on our
That's-
hands here.
That's one of the objectives.
Yeah, so they get to see
Oh.
that in person. That's a good thing.
So, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and say the Raiders will be a win.
That's a 50-50 for me. That's a trap game. Because that and I think when the who else did we have?
That might be my one upset pick of the whole season.
That's what I agree. I agree. If we can pull it off, then yes. I'm very optimistic. We have a 60-40 chance of winning that game, based on what we did with our roster. If
Right.
we were still running with the old roster, I would have said no way. But, and with the old coaching staff. But now, with the newly revamped team and the new coaching staff, a lot can happen, in those first
Yes.
2 weeks. Injuries will start to settle in, around that time. Patterns will start to develop. You'll start to see, like, who's doing what, whether it's a healthy or an unhealthy pattern.
Right.
And that's when you'll know, okay, here's where our strengths are, here's where our weaknesses are. So, going in, the Chargers are a good test, to open up our weaknesses so that we know what they are going into the Raiders game
Agreed.
with the L there. So I think this is a very good thing, the way they set that schedule up between the two. I like this, to be honest.
Okay.
We
So,
know we're going to go in like 0-2, and that's not going to be a surprise,
Mhm.
But if we can get that dub, I see something there. I see something there, man. It's the start of that 7-win track,
So you're leaning towards dub?
I am, yes.
Okay.
But it could also be a trap game too, so watch out. If we don't come in fully decked out and fully prepared to play this game and giving it our full attention,
Mhm.
then the Raiders will take that win. So you
Fair.
cannot sleep on this team. I've been warning people for years now. Don't sleep on the Raiders. Just because you see an 8-win record doesn't mean you can sleep on this team. Because they can beat
Exactly.
everybody in the bottom ring.
And they almost made the playoffs too. They were only the
Yep.
second in their division. So
Yep. They are always in the conversation every year.
right.
Every single year.
But I
But-
truly do believe that could be an upset. That's my upset pick.
Yeah. And being in the conversation is not enough if you're a Raiders fan right now. You got to be thinking, okay, the Chiefs just won the Super Bowl back-to-back years. Where is our playoff berth? We've got to start competing now.
Yes.
And that's where the sense of urgency comes in with the Raiders. Like every year, that's why you see a high turnout rate with players and coaches, because people are getting fed up with it in their own fan base. You know, they're
Right.
like, enough's enough. Like, where is our 10-win season that the Chargers are getting? Where is our playoff berth? You know, where's our wild card? It's non-existent for the past how many years? Time to make changes again.
Yeah, no kidding.
Like, at some point, they've got to break that glass ceiling. And when they do, watch out. That's a dark horse in the wild card. Right there. And the playoffs.
Agreed.
The Jags will
Definitely.
get it first. The Jags will become a power team first. But the Raiders are on the doorstep. So do not sleep on this team. Or you will regret it. That
Fair
could
point,
just
fair
as
point.
easily turn into an L if we're not fully coming out full steam.
Fair point, fair point. Okay. And then after the Raiders, we will go back home on September 29th, 1 p.m. to take on the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, let me tell y'all this. Not only do not let the record fool you, but don't let the fact that Joe Burrow missed the rest of the season after the first half. Don't forget, this Mr. Browning came in, and they were still able to coast their way to a 9-8 final record, just barely missing the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So just imagine what this team will do healthy.
And the
Now-
interesting thing is, this is a very, very dangerous team as
Yes.
well. You've still got a lot of weaponry here. Joe Burrow, when he comes back, is going to start slinging it.
Yup. Don't forget, y'all, this is somebody that not that long ago played in the Super Bowl.
Yep. And he's not done yet. He got a taste of it and he wants it again.
Oh, yes. That
He's
is
got a
somebody
mighty
you do
hunger for
not,
it.
You do not want him back in the playoffs. Joe Burrow, I do not be surprised if Joe Burrow ends up being comeback player of the year.
I'm saying it right now. If Cincinnati ends up playing a fully revamped Jacksonville team, like fully decked out Jacksonville team, that's going to be a titanic battle.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it. I want to see that. Because I want to see both of them at full strength going at each other. That's going to be fascinating to me.
Yeah. And not to mention, don't forget, this was a Cincinnati Bengal team that last time played us
Yep.
mopped the floor with us.
Yep. They were coming in full steam. Full steam
Yeah.
ahead. And they've been
Not
hitting everybody like a truck.
not to mention that was a year we had dang on Steve Wilkes. 42-21
Yep.
defeat.
I called that an L even before they came into town. I already knew what was coming at us. I was like, nope, that's an L. Gracefully take that L and move on. Lick our wounds and move on. Because there's just no way we're taking this.
The fact that Baker Mayfield had 2 touchdowns and no picks at that game, I felt like they just let us have that just to say we could have something.
Yeah. They've got Jamar Chase. I mean, this is a fully loaded team
Yeah.
from top to bottom. And it took them 2 to 3 years to fully do that. The same amount of time we're taking right now to fully load our team. Did they trade T. Higgins? Did that happen yet?
It hasn't happened yet.
So T. Higgins is still out there.
Yeah, he's still out there.
Interesting. All right. Real quick in everybody's chat, do you want to see T. Higgins come here? Yes or no? Regardless of what it would take to get him here.
My main question is his health. That's really what makes the
He'll
decision
be fine.
hard for me.
I'm not worried about his health. He'll be fine. Dude's a workhorse. Now, once we get to the answer to that question, then I'll talk about how much it's going to take to get him here.
Mm-hmm.
And we've discussed this before, but I think now is the time to start revisiting that. Because we've got the draft picks, we've got what we need.
Yeah.
To go in, guns a-blazing to get everything else that we need in 2025 offseason.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Von Bell returned to the Bengals.
Yep.
Oh, jeez.
Wait, what? Von Bell is with the...
Yeah, he went back.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I thought he had a 4-year contract with the Bills.
Mm-mm. Nah, he went back.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And y'all keep in mind, Von Bell was with the Bengals when they went to the Super Bowl.
Oh, God. There's a reason I am legit terrified of this player. If you paid attention to Von Bell's history and what he has done in his career, yes, the man only has 1 ring, but think about what he has actually done to very, very tough, strong teams. This is a guy that has become everybody's kryptonite. This is what Cam Newton sees in his closet at night that terrifies him. And Michael Rimmers too. Especially Mike Rimmers, because this is 2 Super Bowls this dude has ruined for Mike Rimmers. 2 Super Bowl rings Mike Rimmers would have had. But because of this dude right here, good God. I would have nightmares about this dude coming at me if I was Mike. That's the one dude you do not want to play against every year. And now he's back with the Bengals.
Oh wait, I think you're getting mixed up with
Von Miller.
Von Miller.
Yeah. Who are you thinking of?
No, this is Von Bell. Safety.
Von Bell.
Yeah. He went back to the Bengals.
Okay, Von Bell. So, Von Bell is a very, very dangerous guy too. And he's very disruptive. Very tough to escape the tackles of if you're a running back. This is going to be a challenge for us. And I personally like Von Bell myself, but...
Yeah. According to Damien, he just said that the Bengals are not interested in trading T. Higgins.
Not interested.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Alright, so 2 questions come to mind. 1, did T. Higgins change his mind? Or 2, did the management say, okay, T, screw this, we're doing this our way now. You've had your fun in the offseason, now it's our turn. We hold the checks, we're giving them to you, now we hold the power. Because you're about to go into another contract year after the OTAs start. So, either you find a partner before the OTAs or you're staying. And how many days before the OTAs now? It's like 3 or 4 now.
Something like that, I believe.
Yeah. If you're T. Higgins and you haven't gotten an offer yet, okay, it's time to to cave back into the management and say, and grovel back on your feet and say, okay, I'll do whatever you want. I'll do whatever you want. Just keep me here. Keep me here. That was an entire controversy, man. Man.
Yep.
I mean, T was within his rights to start asking for that. Because, I mean, after that much time and you refuse to pay the man what he wants, you know, after playing in the Super Bowl, he's going to get pissed off. So he's within his rights to ask for a trade. And I support him on that. But I also see the business side of this too, where you have to make a decision and say, okay, we got to do what's best for the organization. So if there's an offer there, T, you know, let's see if you can find one before the OTAs. If you can't, you know, either you grovel at our feet and apologize, or you gotta go. Because we can't have this toxic negativity in our locker room.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
That's a distraction. I mean, not that T is a toxic person at all. He's not. I met the guy in person. He's far from it.
Oh, you met T. Higgins? Nice.
Yeah, I go down to the spring games every year.
Gotcha.
Yeah, to go check these guys out in person. So, I met him and I got autographs on Fan Day. So,
oh, okay.
It's 2 separate days. It's Fan Day and then there's the spring game. And the spring game gets televised. I wasn't able to do either one this year, but hopefully next year I'll get that opportunity. You know, it's a shame, you know, but
yeah.
I did get to do a live stream and break down the Clemson game, spring game, so I did get a chance to look at these players. So
heads up, Damien says, my bad, I got the info wrong. He said it was it's the 49ers that's not interested in trading Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, okay. So Ayuk is off the table. T. Higgins is still there.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up, Damien.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Well, same deal with the 49ers with Ayuk. You know, it's like, okay, well, you played in the Super Bowl now. You know, if you can't get a trade offer by this point, you know, before OTAs, the new contract kicks in. Nothing more we can do for you, Brandon. You know? And I have a feeling the Bengals are about to do the same thing with T. Higgins, though.
Yeah.
They're fixing to cut him off. Either they're going to cut him entirely before the OTAs, or he's going to get traded somewhere in a forced trade, and they won't get exactly what they wanted out of it, you know. But because of it being rushed. Or T. Higgins apologizes to the management and says, you know, my bad, let me stay here for another year because I can't get anything, you know, let's work out this contract a little more.
Yeah.
One of those 3 things is about to happen this week. Now, which one, I'll let you guys guess. Because even I don't know. I don't know anything about the Bengals management, so it's anybody's guess. Unless you're a Bengals fan. So, yeah, I'm calling that a loss against the Bengals.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Loss against the Bengals. I could see that being a comeback year for Joe Burrow, and like I said, they've already mollywopped us once. So,
yeah, these are very dangerous people. They got Joseph Osai from Texas.
Don't forget Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah,
still got him on that D line.
Scary people, man.
Yeah, and even with that being a home game. Um, okay, as we step into week 5 into the month of October, we get back on the road and we play against the Chicago Bears.
Win.
Yeah.
I'm not
let's go
even
ahead and
wasting
put
any
that
time
down.
here. Win. The two main threats I see going into this game are Brian Burns and DJ.
Yeah. We'll have to see what.
They do have a new.
Caleb Williams will have his feet wet a little bit by the time we get to that game.
Brian Burns will be settled in as well. And you better hope that it's not Taylor Moton or Icky in Brian Burns' path. Otherwise, Bryce is going to be looking for a new jogging partner to help him out on the offensive line. Because there ain't no way. These two better shape up or ship out, as far as I'm concerned, because it's do or die time now.
Right,
We got a new system. We're building everything up now. Yet, we're giving y'all both one more year. No excuses. No nonsense. Get it done. I don't want to hear any complaints from either one of these two. Oh, the field was too slippery. Nope. I don't want to hear nothing from these two other than I got the job done. And everybody wanted to blame Bozeman. Bozeman, sure he had his penalties. Sure he had his a few slip-ups. But was he the main problem? No. Nobody wants to admit that it was Taylor and Icky. People could show you tapes of this, and you still don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand how Bozeman was the one kicked.
Oh, don't forget, Brian Burns is with the Giants now, not
Giants.
the Bears.
Yep. Okay, so Bears, you only have DJ Moore.
Yeah.
To this point,
Damien, it's the Giants, not Washington. He's with the Giants.
Yeah, he's with the Giants. My bad. Shows you how out of touch I've been doing with these streams.
So what kind of stands out to me? I mean, like I said, the Bears did add Keenan Allen with their DJ Moore, and of course they also picked up Rome Odunze, wide receiver, first round draft pick. Don't know much about him. We'll see what Caleb Williams is at by the time we get to the Bears. See how he's looking. Bears still got Rashawn Johnson and DeAndre Swift.
I mean, if you look at the Bears draft, it was really not that impressive. They didn't really go anywhere. As far as Rome Odunze, he is 6'3", 215 from Washington College.
Oh, so he played in the championship.
Indeed he did. Yes.
Okay.
3,272 yards with 24 touchdowns, rushed 10 times, 40 yards, 2 touchdowns in 40 games. And that's... for your stay in Seattle. As a senior, he set school records with 1,640 receiving yards, which led the nation in 2023 and ranks third most in Pac-12 history. His 92 receptions were second most in Washington history, just 2 shy of Reggie Williams' record.
Dang. Looks good.
Was just the second receiver in school history to record multiple 1,000-yard receiving seasons, reaching that mark in 22 and 23. During that time, the Huskies went on a combined 32 and 12 record and appeared in 3 bowl games, including the championship.
Yep. So,
really
if anything, we really just gotta get in Caleb Williams' face. And I know, they're probably gonna have a decent aerial attack with the weapons they have at receiver. I'll give them that.
Mm-hmm. They do have Noah Sewell, the linebacker from Oregon.
Right.
6'2", 253. So, I mean, that guy's going to be a threat. Montez Sweat.
Right.
DeAndre Swift from Georgia is going to be a problem. But, I mean, overall, we should get this win. I'm not scared of the Bears at all at this point. Mm-hmm. They did get Keenan Allen.
Yes.
Keenan Allen is a very, very dangerous weapon. So you're going to have to double him up. The problem is, that's going to leave a one-on-one with DJ Moore. So we're going to have safety over-the-top help there. Mm-hmm. With DJ Moore. One of these two, it's going to come down to that. So my question would be, like, who are you doubling up? And who are you putting safety help
on? Damian, yes, I agree. Don't sleep on Montez Sweat. Yannick?
Yeah.
Has he recovered from that broken ankle?
Yeah. That's the question.
He was on IR.
Yeah.
So I have to see if he bounces back, because he had that broken ankle.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm still sticking with a win.
Yeah, Locke, I just mentioned both of those players actually, like just now. He was mentioning, don't forget about Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze. Yeah, we just mentioned them.
Yeah, we mentioned them.
Yep.
Yeah. A good reminder.
But if you were to play the Bears right now, which one of those two would you double up? Would you double up Keenan Allen or would you double up DJ Moore? And why? Safety help on the other one.
Well, DJ Moore, overall, I mean, didn't Keenan Allen recently coming off of injury? I mean, I just always felt like DJ Moore,
did he?
Because of his yak capability.
Yeah.
Although I'm a little bit
Fair.
biased. I mean, Keenan Allen, he is a North Carolinian. I'm a little biased. But also, he is a 6-time Pro Bowler. So.
Fair point. I mean, this could go back and forth, right?
Yeah.
We got to make that decision before that game, because
right.
You can't just make that the day of decision, unless it's an injury, related with Keenan Allen. Then it's a simple decision. You know what I mean? But before that, you got to come in with a plan. Just assume they're both going to be playing.
But I will give them credit for Caleb Williams. He'll definitely have weapons to throw to. So honestly, Damian, with that alone, like,
the offense is going to be a little bit better.
He's going to have weapons to throw to. Mm-hmm. So I mean, with that being said, if y'all can't light it up on offense, then you might have to start looking at more than just the quarterbacks.
Right.
I'm just saying.
My whole thing is, I think they're going to do better than they did last year. I don't think they fully
I can see that.
Ramped up the offensive line yet. So, with that being said, the quarterback is vulnerable. So, with a strong passing attack, you could get to him and disrupt his timing and disrupt his game. Um, we do have Clowney. We do have a couple of pass rushers right now, but is it enough? You know, and
Yeah.
that's what it's going to come down to. And we need to pay attention to these defensive ends all year, you know, as we go along. And if these guys are putting up the numbers, we can answer that question with a solid yes. If they're not, we need to start looking at, like, okay, why are they not enough? What can we do to fix that? You know, can we fix it in-house, or do we need to draft that? Or pick that up at free agency? So this would be a very good test for our defensive ends, you know, on a weaker opponent, just to say, okay, are they measuring up? I mean, do we want to set like a certain bar for like what we're expecting out of that, or not?
Ah.
That's my question. Like, do we want to do that or no? Because I mean, this could get interesting if these guys do measure up like we think they will. But I mean, you're dealing with the offensive linemen like Darrell Wright, Coleman Shelton, Matt Pryor, Bill Murray, Doug Kramer Jr., Braxton Jones, Tevin Jenkins, Nate Davis, Jay Curtin, Aviante Collins, Aviante. I apologize if I butcher your name, if you're watching this, or if any Bears fans are watching this. Jerome Carvin, Tyree Carter, Larry Boom, Theo, and Ryan, as well as Corinne. So those are the offensive linemen you're dealing with. That's the entire depth chart of your offensive line for the Bears. So if these guys are not measuring up for Chicago, we can take advantage of that with Clowney.
Right.
You know, but Clowney needs a counterpart, so we're right back where we started. You know, when we moved Brian Burns, all we really did was replace him with Clowney, which was a cheap knockoff version of Brian Burns, if you really think about it. So what did we really do here?
Interesting.
We didn't really improve there. All we did was counterbalance. Which, I mean, it's not a bad thing because we're not going downhill with it, but I would argue that we just counterbalanced. And there's another position that we counterbalanced in as well. And I'll talk about that later. But you and I both know what that is, bro. Blitz. But we'll get to it.
Yeah.
But I feel like we counterbalanced there. That's why this is relevant here, though.
Yeah. Fair point. But we're in agreement. Win.
Yeah. Yeah, win. I don't think I don't think that offense will be settled in yet by the time we face them.
Yeah,
they'll still have some weaknesses on that offensive line we can exploit, and we'll be able to mess up their timing. We just got to watch the tapes and watch how everybody else handles them, and we'll know how to handle them ourselves.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah, so win.
I mean, and it's interesting you mentioned that because they did start off last year on a 4-game losing streak before they finally got their first win.
Yep.
So
who does Chicago have? Let me see their schedule for this year. They start out with Buffalo, Cincinnati, and KC. Oh yeah, that's 0-3 already. Before you even get into the regular season. That's preseason stuff. That's oof. All right, so going into regular season, you got Tennessee, you got Houston, and you got the Colts. The Bears, Bears. Let's be realistic here. Houston's got you. All right? Let's not even sugarcoat this. Houston's going to win that game. You're playing in Houston.
Oof.
And with a healthy Houston team in week 2.
Yeah.
That's going to get ugly. Yeah. I don't see a win for your Bears there. Sorry. And Broski, Damian, I'm sorry, guys, but I can't get on board with that. You know, you might be able to take the Titans. The Titans have been really struggling, but you still got to do it with Derrick Henry. And let's be honest, how much success have you guys had against Derrick Henry lately? Not much. So, if they've battled each other, that's been ugly, yardage-wise. But, and I say you might be able to take the Titans because of the weaknesses that they have. Because the Titans have been, like, trash for, like, the past, how many years? Arguably trash.
It's been a bit.
Yeah. Colts are completely lost right now.
Right.
You might be able to take advantage of that with your newly found offense, but that's in Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
Are we sure that Chicago can pull that off? And by the way, that's a rematch of a Super Bowl matchup. By the way,
right.
Just wanted to mention that in case people forgot about that Super Bowl. That was one of the least watched ones. I think we all know why. But then you got the Rams before us too. And the Rams have been struggling, but I don't know. I don't know what Chicago's going to do before they get to us.
The Bears got to play 7 teams that went to the playoffs. 7 games against teams that played in the playoffs last year.
Oh my goodness. You got Jacksonville after us. Then Washington, the newly revamped Washington, with a lot of dangerous players on that roster, by the way.
Because they got to play Houston.
Yeah.
The Rams. The Rams were in the playoffs last year.
Detroit,
Houston,
San Fran.
The Rams, San Fran, Detroit.
Actually, Detroit twice.
They got to play Green Bay twice.
And Seattle was in the conversation too. Don't forget that. Vikings were too.
Yeah, I gotta say, Bears got kind of a tough schedule this year.
Oh my God.
Oof.
You guys are gonna get wrecked. I'm so sorry, but you guys are gonna get wrecked. I see maybe 4 or 5 wins for you guys in your future.
I could see them splitting with Minnesota.
That could be possible. That could be possible without Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. But yeah, they got.
That's gonna be a wild one, man.
Yeah, y'all got a tough schedule.
Yep.
So, week 6, after the Bears, we come back home October 13th, 4:25 game for our first matchup at home against the Falcons.
Win. Confidently,
definitely,
and happily, I say win. And a much-needed win against the Dirty Birds. With their quarterback issues, let's get into that, shall we? Kirk Cousins is pissed. This dude is not having any of this. And it looks like he's wanting out of Atlanta. Last I just heard. So it looks like Michael Penix is the quarterback of the future for Atlanta.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Man, can you blame Kirk, though? Can you blame him?
No, you can't.
Bro.
Definitely can't.
The internet just went ape on this one. It exploded. Like, everybody was shocked. They're like, how could you... How? Literally how? Like... Oh, goodness. Arthur, you gotta control your GM, man. You gotta control your GM. Either hire a new one or get this clown out of here, man. Because this dude ain't it. You're not gonna go anywhere if you keep working with this GM. I'm trying to help you, Arthur. And I really shouldn't be doing this because I'm a Panthers fan, but you really need to get rid of that GM and hire a better one. Like, make better hires.
Yeah, it would be a bad idea.
Like, ever since you have been hiring people, it's been trash GMs, bro. Trash. Like, name me 80 smart moves that Atlanta has actually done. Except for the running backs and beefing up the cornerbacks in the secondary. You know, you're going to have wide receivers every year like Christmas. You know, so that's nothing new. Running backs,
right,
that they come and go. Beefing up your secondary is probably the smartest thing you've done in Atlanta. But every single year, do you notice a pattern? Notice what's not being drafted. I have not noticed a single offensive lineman being drafted again this year. Like,
right.
What are you all doing? I mean, this is comical at this point. This is like a comedy show for us Panther fans because we're watching it and we're just eating it up. But we also remember we were there like for the last 3 years as well. And let's be honest, we haven't addressed the offensive line until Scott Fitterer. So, I mean, we know what that feels like. That's why we can laugh right now.
Yes.
And we can enjoy this. Because if we had not experienced this ourselves, you know, we would be like, well, yeah, I don't know how that feels. But, ha ha, you know, because people are going to trash talk anyway. But,
of course,
that had to be the most hilarious first round pick I have ever seen Atlanta make. I've been watching drafts since 2004, bro. And to be honest, like, I've never seen anything like that. Ever. That's like saying, okay, we're going to draft a quarterback even though you have Matt Ryan, who's been a multiple Pro Bowler. It's like, why would you do that?
It's like, what the heck, man? You brought me over here for this?
How many years was Kirk actually signed to? Like, that's what makes this even more hilarious, because it was like a 3 or 4 year contract. I think.
Actually, let's find out.
That was so entertaining to me. I was just like, really?
Let's see.
Oh,
4-year, $180 million contract.
What?
Yeah, with the Falcons.
What is this GM doing? Like,
ooh,
Atlanta. We gotta talk. Okay?
And the sad thing was,
what is
the Falcons didn't even notify Cousins or his agent of the decision until they were on the clock with their pick. Talk about a kick in the butt.
So you just paid all of that money for nothing.
$180 million.
180. You want to talk about a franchise GM wasting money? People complain about Scott Fitterer doing stupid things. Okay, that's not even in the same ballpark as what we just witnessed there. Okay, so I mean, you could throw out a lot of things about the former GM before him. You know, but neither one of them are even in the same ballpark of stupidity as this GM in Atlanta. Not even by a mile.
I want to see how much of that money is guaranteed.
I'm very interested in that as well.
100,000. Or no. 100 million of it's guaranteed.
What?
Wow. 100 million of it is guaranteed. 50 million.
Good
50
God.
million was the signing bonus, and 45 million is the average annual salary. Wow.
Wow.
And that includes a $25 million cap hit and a dead cap value of $90 million.
What?
Oh, man.
I gotta pick my jaw up off the floor on this one.
And you know what? A full no trade clause.
Are you kidding me?
It's on Spot
What?
Track. It's on Spot Track.
No way.
Okay. Let me just say this. I know a lot of people want to hate on Scott Fitterer. I give y'all that.
That's not
But
even in the same
After
ballpark.
this happened, y'all gotta ease up.
I don't want to hear any more hate against Scott Fitterer or Gettleman ever again.
Y'all gotta ease up.
I don't want to
on
hear
them
it ever
after,
again. After seeing that.
Like, y'all gotta ease up off of those two after seeing this. I'm just saying.
That's not even in the same league, bro. That's not even in the same league of stupidity.
Dang, I didn't think it was that big of a contract.
Oh my God. That's $90 million in dead cap?
Yeah. And $100 million of his contract is guaranteed. Like, anything happens, they got to pay him that. And he's on a no trade clause.
I swear if I was Arthur Blank, I'd fire that GM on the spot.
So
I'd fire him on the spot the second he drafts Penix Jr.
So they could literally be like, so Kirk Cousins could literally be like,
I wouldn't even waste a minute. I'd say clean out your desk.
ooh.
That's unacceptable. That would be unacceptable to me. If I was the owner. Completely unacceptable. You're fired, go find another job.
Wow.
I'm going to let my head coach finish the rest of this draft process.
Did his agent just
I don't want
like
you in this
full
room anymore.
on finesse him or what?
That's, wow. $100 million
Let
guaranteed.
me tell you this. I don't know who Kirk Cousins' agent is, but I want him.
For real.
Speaking of which, Mike McCartney.
That dude just got him rich.
That's his name, Mike McCartney. That's his agent.
Oh my God.
Whoever that is, shoo.
One of our players better go sign him, but as soon as they pick him up, man.
Shoo. Talk about the ultimate finesser.
How in the world? I'm not even gonna.
Like, what were they thinking? Like, all right, Kirk Cousins, we're going to give you all this money. You're going to be our guy. We've been struggling. We're done with Desmond Ridder. You're going to be our guy. Huh. This is Michael Penix Jr. Oh, he just played in a championship. Ooh, let's get him. I changed my mind. Let's get him. Like,
Arthur. We gotta talk, buddy. We gotta talk after this one. We gotta talk. You can't. What kind of GMs are you hiring?
like,
What kind of GMs are you hiring? This is the stupidest one yet.
I mean,
Oh my
hold on.
god.
Let me go back to Spot Track. Let me make sure I read that. Yeah, 4 years, 180 million. Wow, my eyes aren't deceiving me.
This is. Let me put this on screen for myself. Hold up.
Yeah. If you
y'all
gotta do
need to
triple,
see
quadruple takes, go right ahead.
Y'all need to see this.
But yeah, Spot Track.
Oh my god.
You know what? I'll even serve it to you. Bam.
Oh my god. I'm looking at it right now. What?
And look at the bullet points under contract notes.
Good god. Hold up. I'm about to pull it up. Wow.
Yeah.
90 million guaranteed at signing. Signing bonus 2024 salary plus 2025 salary. The roster bonus is 10 million. Fully guarantees the 5th league day of 2025, which is pretty much OTAs.
Oh, so his total guaranteed is 100, but at the signing it was 90 million? Wow.
Injury guaranteed at signing. 2027 roster bonus. Oh, that's 2026. My bad. 2026 roster bonus 10 million. Fully guarantees the 5th league day of 2025. All right, so he gets that after the league turnover day. You know, the 5th league turnover day, where it becomes 2026 season. So no, he still gets the 90. 2027 roster bonus 10 million. 5th league day of 2027. Does that make sense?
That's still a lot of money.
Full no trade clause. That's the
Yeah.
biggest one right there, because now this man wants out of Atlanta, and he can't get traded anywhere.
Yep. But he's still gonna get paid.
You locked in, but you still getting paid.
Shoot.
Yo.
And if the coach or whatever is just like, all right, you gonna have that attitude, you ain't gonna play. Okay. I'll
Okay.
just shoot. Okay. I'll just sit at home. I'll collect my money.
Yep. As long as I dress out and I participate in the drills, hey, that's easy. Easy money, baby. Easy dollar bills.
Mike McCartney, you're a genius. Whoever you are, you're a genius.
Absolutely. 100%. Bro, his 2022 to 2023 extension, look at this. 1 year, $35 million.
Ooh.
Comparatively, okay? Average salary of $35 million. Signing bonus $25 million. Guaranteed at signing $35 million. Total guaranteed $35 million. That was his prior extension with the Vikings before he got this crazy contract.
Yeah.
And this brings back memories of Deshaun Watson when that Browns trade happened. Because it was like $250 million. Something astronomical that broke the quarterback scale. You know, trading scale. That completely broke the scale altogether.
Man.
Now you don't even know what a proper value of an all-star Pro Bowl quarterback is. Because of that right there. You had
That's just sad.
You had who's that other big name quarterback that got traded that same year? That messed up the entire scale. It started right there with Watson.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And it's never been fixed yet. Once the ketchup is out of the bottle, you can't put it back in. You change things forever.
And the sad thing is, I know a couple of friends that are Falcons fans. Oh man. Whew.
Shout out to Jamal Bird on Facebook. But yeah.
I can't even
the
imagine
Falcons
what,
just got
the Dirty
finessed.
Birds what they did when they made that draft pick of Michael Penix Jr. They had to have been like, huh?
I don't know what crossed their brains when they did that. Like, does this GM needs a Slim Jim, dude. He's hungry. He needs a Snickers bar. He's not himself.
You know what?
He's not himself on day one.
Oh man, it's Terry Fontenot. That's the GM of the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh my
Terry
God.
Fontenot.
That dude's about to get fired soon.
Ooh man.
You don't do something like that and keep your job after a year. I'm sorry, you don't. That dude is 100% going to be quitting out his desk at the end of the year. I don't know a single GM that can survive after doing something stupid like that.
It's kind of a bummer because he made history. He was the first ever black general manager for the Falcons.
Oh, is that the whole reason they hired him? Now this shines a whole new light on this whole thing. All right. If that's what we're doing in Atlanta now. Oh, God. Guys. Your skin color has nothing to do with your ability to do your dang job.
Oh,
I'm telling you that right now.
2021. Yeah, been there since 2021. But was assistant general manager with the Saints, I believe. That was when they went to won the Super Bowl, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying it. I am openly saying it. Your skin color has nothing to do with your ability to do your job. Call me whatever you want to call me. I don't care. Come at me with all your rage, all your hate. I don't care. That is a fact. Prove me wrong. Steve Wilkes will have something to say about that. So will Tony Dungy.
Well, I hate to mention this, but what I'm about to read just gave me another reason why I don't like Tom Brady.
I think I know where you're going with this.
Greg Olson will take a $7 million salary hit as Tom Brady replaces him as the number one on Fox. Olson being moved to Fox's B team with Joe Davis. Wow.
Fox, y'all done pissed me off now. Y'all done pissed me off. Do you really want me to get into this? Do you really want me to? We'll be here for an hour.
Yeah, we might as well not. Freaking.
So you're trying to tell me after a whole year of Greg Olson just absolutely doing his thing, dominating on the airwaves, he's probably the best commentator out of all of them the entire year. Give him Commentator of the Year award. And you're going to slide him down to second spot, to second fiddle, for $7 million loss to a man that has never been in the commentator booth at all. And hasn't even earned half of his Super Bowl rings. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Fox? Seattle gave you a Super Bowl. They handed it to you on a silver platter.
Sure enough did.
You weren't even on the field when it happened. God. This is ridiculous. Why do we cater to this man like it's the next thing's to slice bread?
My whole thing is whatever happened to don't fix what ain't broken. And Greg Olson was doing an excellent job.
Why?
It's freaking stupid, but...
Why? Why are we catering to this dude? As much as we are. If you take away half his Super Bowl rings because of the BS that he did, to cheat his way into them, and that's an argument for another day. But I'm not even going to get into that. Because we'll be here all week.
Yeah. Oh.
But take away half his rings right out of the gate. What do you have? You have the same thing as anybody else. A guy that's won 3 rings. And? Your point is?
Exactly.
That's like taking away half of Barry Bonds' home runs and saying, oh yeah, Barry Bonds was on the juice, but he did this? Okay. And? What else can you do? That's all you do? Okay. Who cares? We're talking about a dude that took the Tampa Bay Buccaneers all year long. Only 3 games did he ever cross the 20-point threshold. Only 3 games. And one of them happened to be against us when we were trying to get a playoff spot. God almighty. I'm not going to get into that either. But the fact that this cost him a marriage because he refused. He refused to retire. He pulled a Brett Favre. So, what you're trying to tell me is a dude that has never even sniffed a microphone in a booth is now going to replace Greg Olson. This is ridiculous. That garbage triggers me, bro. For real.
Yes, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I'm going to win this last championship. Then I'm going to retire. I'm going to just spend time with my family. It's going to be all cool. We're going to be together again. You can go back to model and everything like that.
What more did he have to prove to people? What?
Not a single thing.
There's nothing left for you to accomplish. What are you going to accomplish in broadcasting? Nothing.
Babe, I just one more year.
What?
You already promised it. No, just one more year. One more year. Please.
He's not Jesus. Come on now.
I need 8 rings. Ariana Grande did a song with 7 rings.
Grief.
I need 8 rings.
He's not the personification of perfection out here. Y'all need to stop this.
Oh, man.
And don't even let me get started on Fox and these broadcasting people, because I got something for y'all too. Y'all over here hating on Cam Newton, acting like he's some fashion model or something. The dude's got legitimate opinions. Get off his spine, man.
Seriously.
Come on, man. Like, if y'all want to know why I don't like the media, this is Exhibit A right here. Right here. This is Exhibit A. I have been going off on the media ever since they did that garbage at training camp where they kept us from recording. That's a power play. Yeah, y'all want to try to tell me that's not the same media content y'all are getting for the same price? Except we're getting it for free. Y'all are getting paid to do that. We're not. Since when did that become a problem? When y'all are doing the same exact drills at every single training camp. And interviewing the same doggone people. Please tell me how that's a problem. No. We just want to control the media. We want to control everything that goes on. Just because, we own the dollar bills. Okay, so what? Just because you want 100,000 more than we do? So what? You're not buying us BMWs. You're not buying us Lamborghinis over here.
I mean, it already put a bad taste in my mouth from the start. Ever since that dumbest rule in NFL history, that freaking tuck rule. But I won't go into that.
And since we're talking about rules, why is it only after you touch the golden boy Tom Brady that the helmet-to-helmet rule exists? Why is it only after that, after Cam Newton gets absolutely slaughtered back there in our backfield? No. We're only going to talk about it in a committee. We don't do absolutely jack about it. If you even harm a silver hair on Tom Brady's head, helmet-to-helmet rule, helmet. We need stronger shoulder pads. We need stronger padding. It's just, come on, man.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
What is he, some type of freaking statue or something? Like, you can't touch him? Oh, God, you get penalized to death.
Interesting idea. Damien says Greg Olsen could go to the NFL Network now that Michael Irvin is not there. Heck, why not? Shoot.
Man, please do, because NFL Network actually does good things. When we were actually winning in 2015, I had a subscription to what
NFL
was it?
Network? Or
Nah, it was Xbox Live. Xbox Live.
Gotcha,
This was when you had Xbox Live server still going.
Gotcha.
And they give you like a subscription to NFL Network so you can check out NFL Network videos and stuff and content.
Yes.
So like that whole entire year, I just remember like going on there and just like checking out videos of like them just talking nothing but positiveness about us. And I'm like, this is who I want to rock with right here, because these people know what they're talking about. They're kind to us. They're positive to us, and they rock with us, And even when we weren't doing well in 2016, they were still saying positive things. And I'm like, shout out to NFL Network on that one. Shout out to them. That I absolutely, Greg, go over to NFL Network. You are more than welcome over there. You know you are.
Heck yeah.
I'll pay for a subscription just to see that. Just to listen to you talk, bro. I will. Of course, I need it for draft weekend anyway. But still.
That's all right, Greg
And
Olsen.
Combine.
You keep doing your thing. You'll get a better opportunity. You'll get a better opportunity.
Mm-hmm. The fact that cost him a $7 million pay cut. Not that he really needs like $7 million extra, but come on, man. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Like, how are you going to screw over Greg Olsen like that, man? That's one of the most beloved Panther players in our history. Which, by the way, Jatavian Sanders says he wants to be like Greg Olsen. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. And I'm trying to get back to some positivity here. I love that. You could not have chosen a better role model, Mr. Sanders. Study him. Follow him. Do whatever you got to do. And Greg, if you listen to this, man, please train him up. Please. You would be doing this franchise a massive favor. Train him up. David Screw says, yeah, it's ridiculous about Tom Brady replacing Olsen. Imagine Cleat besides Tom in the booth. Yeah, that's
Ew.
a double puke. Yeah, agreed. Tom is worse enough, though. You just sent me a video? Okay. Goes with the topic.
And for those out there that
Gotcha.
aren't sure of what we're saying, just an FYI, after Olsen's first full year at Fox, he got promoted to the number 1 team. Let that sink in. After
my
a
God.
full year, got promoted to number 1, replacing Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, who ended up going to Monday Night Football and ESPN. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying.
David, your link didn't work, bro.
You know, some folks would be like, oh, Greg Olsen wasn't that good. Apparently he was good enough after his first year to get bumped to number 1. Apparently he was doing something right.
Oh, the players were reacting to the schedule? Even Tillis is on that video? Interesting. I would like to play that for the stream if the link was working properly. Unfortunately, it didn't work, though. So, send it again, if you don't mind. Because I would be interested to see what the players have to say about this. We've never had player reactions to the schedule before. Have we?
I don't think so.
Not to my knowledge, anyway.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Just, hi, I'm Tom Brady. I want to be a sportscaster, color commentary. Sure, you're hired.
Amazing. That was Anthony.
Just because it's Tom Brady. Yeah, you're hired immediately. You want to be an electrical engineer? Yeah, you're hired. You're Tom. You want to be a plumber? You're hired. Come on in. Immediately electrocutes everybody in the house and sets the house on fire. Who cares? He's Tom.
Oh yeah, we're gonna put you.
Floods
over
the
somebody
house.
that,
Yeah, it's Tom.
Yeah, we're gonna put you over somebody that worked his way up to the number 1 spot.
Who cares,
We're
man?
just gonna
Who
give
cares?
it right to you.
Yeah. Let's hand him everything that we have. Let's hand him a Bentley, a brand new car, a private jet. You know, just because he's Tom Brady. That's the equivalent of what we're talking about here. Over somebody that's earned it and put in their blood, sweat, and tears over their entire career and earned every bit of what they have. How pissed would you be if somebody got a promotion like that just because of the name? Even though you've been working your freaking butt off for 5 years to get where you are and didn't see a single raise. How pissed off would you be?
Yep.
And yet you can't say a single thing because the people that control you are the ones giving you the paychecks. That is sickening. You know, I can't find a single positive thing about this. I'm sorry, I can't.
I don't think there is one, to be honest with you. but yeah, I think for the sake of us, you know, maintaining our sanities, we should probably get back on top.
I agree.
Yeah.
How you guys liking the new format, by the way?
Any further into the Falcons matchup? Because I think we were pretty sold on that being a win.
Yeah.
Okay. moving on. Week 7 on the road, October 20th, 4 o'clock game against the Commanders.
This is going to be an interesting one because the Commanders just added Frankie Louvu. They added Jeremy Chan.
That's right.
They added quite a few people here. Okay, the link does work. So, we'll get to it after we talk about Washington here. Thank you for that link, David.
That's right. They drafted Sam Hartman.
Correct. Who was actually on my radar, by the way.
Austin Eckler. Still got Jamison Crowder, Terry McLaurin. Oh yeah, they did get Olamide Zacchaeus. Oh yeah, that's right. They did get Zach Ertz.
That's correct. And that made me very, very frustrated because I wanted Zach Ertz.
Right, I remember you saying that.
Oh, God, can you imagine that dude at tight end?
Right.
And we draft Sanders as well. And we've got Tommy
Yeah.
Tremble. Can you imagine the tight end room when it looks like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, I've got goosebumps already.
Pretty nasty.
And we would only have to sign Zach Ertz for 1 year for $5 million. His talents were wasted, completely wasted in Arizona.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be going up against some familiar faces. Effie Obata.
They got Effie Obata too?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
Oh, that's right. They also got Bobby Wagner. Ooh, they done touched up their defense.
Oh my God. They got Sam Cosmi too. Dude, I had Cosmi on my radar during that draft year.
Jeremy Chin. Yeah, Jeremy Chin. Oh, snap.
Jamison Crowder. Crowder was one of the few good wide receivers that come out of the Jets.
Yes.
Austin Eckler. Dude. Dante Fowler.
Oh, yeah. Out of Florida. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. KJ Henry. They have KJ Henry?
Oh, Clemson guy. Yeah.
What?
Dang, they definitely improved their defense.
So let me get this straight. When Ron Rivera isn't with us up in Washington, now he goes after Clemson players. No, for 5 whole years, mark it 7 whole years, we didn't draft a single Clemson player or sign one. Except to the practice squad, and that was the linebacker I liked. That didn't make the roster.
Oh, Brandon Smith?
No.
Oh.
Linebacker. The guy that owns all those gyms in North and South Carolina now.
Oh.
Yep,
Oh.
national championship winner. I take that back. We did hire the Clemson kicker.
Gotcha.
We did get him, but I did not vouch for that kicker.
Right.
So now you want to get actual position players from Clemson up there in Washington. Are you serious? Man.
Oof.
He's not there anymore, but still, that makes me mad. As a Clemson player. I mean, as a Clemson fan. You got Frankie Louvu now. You got Marcus Mariota. Betharian Mathis at defensive tackle.
Right.
Luke McCaffrey. Might I mention Luke McCaffrey? Terry McLaurin.
That's right. From one of the McCaffrey brothers.
Yeah. Yep. These guys, God almighty. Look at this roster, guys. Hold on just a second.
The Commanders may be growing into a threat by the time we get to them. Maybe. Uh-oh. But
Sorry about that.
no, you good.
I get distracted a lot. There's a lot going on. But I mean, we're looking at. Is that Amari Rogers? Amari Rogers?
What position?
The tight end from Ohio? Jeez. No kidding.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. What is this roster, Washington? Dude, you guys have outdone yourselves. Who's the GM in Washington right now? This is incredible.
Okay.
This is a heck of a freaking roster. This might actually get you guys 10 wins.
Adam Peters.
Adam Peters. Well done, sir. Well done. That's a heck of a roster. That's a 9-win roster at least. And that's without even looking at their schedule. What does their schedule look like? I want to see this now. You got my full attention now, Washington. So they've got Tampa Bay, win. They've got the Giants, win. Bengals. They could stay competitive for about 3 quarters, like we can. Probably taking an L. That's all right.
Yeah.
Good. And then you got the Cards. So I mean, you're looking at a 3-1 start.
Yeah, potential 3-1 start. Yeah.
Then you got the Cleveland Browns.
That could go either way.
Yeah. Baltimore. In Baltimore, by the way.
Probably a loss.
I mean, it's early. It's early, though.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to be going full steam. You could catch them by surprise.
Perhaps.
But Jamarcus will probably kill you with his yardage. Yeah. So I wouldn't count on that one being a win there. And then they play us week 7. Mm-hmm. Which, the way we built our roster right now, by that point in the season, we'll be prepared to battle them. It's going to come down to injuries. It's going to come down to how well did we study our opponent. How well are we doing, like, the little things on the field against opponents. You know, right. Such as timeout usage, you know, challenge usage, you know, situational usage of plays, you know.
Right.
So it's going to come down to the finer details against this team if we want to get a win here. But I do see one. I do see an opportunity here.
But you know what? Something to keep in mind. No Eric Bieniemy. Because remember, he's with UCLA now.
Correct. Like, what made this dude want to come out of KC in the first place? Second question I've got for Eric Bieniemy. What makes you want to go to UCLA? That's a step down.
Yeah, especially considering...
You're sitting here trying to get a head coaching job. You have an offensive coordinator job guaranteed, no matter where you go.
True.
Why would you go down to UCLA? Like, what made you go down there? UCLA hasn't been a winner since freaking Christian McCaffrey days. It's been that long.
Dang.
Yeah. So what made you want to do that, bro? I got those questions rolling around in my head for Eric Bieniemy. I like the guy a lot, but this is just not a logical career move for him. He could have easily stayed in the NFL. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Makes no sense.
Yeah, especially considering he won 2 Super Bowls with the Chiefs. But
yeah.
So
David Screw says,
are you leaning towards a loss or a win?
A win. A win. I do see a win. This is a massive roster we're battling against, but it's one we're familiar with. You know what I'm saying? Like, all these players we're familiar with. Not only do we know their strengths, we also know their weaknesses, more importantly. We know what they can't do. And that's where we start to take advantage with what we do have and what we can do. In the words of Dave Canales. So, this is where we could start to take a little bit of an advantage here and use that. Yeah. In the case of former Panthers on that roster, okay, let's talk about them. First of all, you've got who's the first one that comes to mind?
Maybe perhaps Frankie Louvu.
I'll add Zach Ertz to this list too because he's dangerous too. Zach Ertz, we know this dude came out of Arizona and he's been completely useless. So, once he gets put to good use, we're going to have to double him up with linebackers. So we need a strong linebacking core to handle that.
Mm-hmm.
Do we feel like we've got a strong enough linebacker core to handle that?
I think it's still kind of questionable. I mean, I know we just got Josie Jewell.
Because with all of those wide receivers and running back weapons, you know, you're going to be doubling them up.
Right.
Which means the linebackers are on their own. With some
Right.
safety help, maybe, from the free safety. And a nickel corner. But that's about all the help you're getting. So you better step your game up. If you're one of those linebackers. So, in the case of... Okay, I'm kind of going down the list. Frankie Louvu. Alright, so let's talk about Frankie Louvu. Frankie Louvu, his strength is in tackling and in coverage.
Yeah.
But his weakness is also in coverage. You know, we've seen that a handful of times too. So we know like where to take advantage of that against him. Okay, so another former Panther that we're talking about, Effie Abada. We know this dude is an effective pass rusher, but how effective against starters?
Right.
That's where you start to take advantage, because if you're putting a strong starter against this dude on the offensive line, he's not going to do jack.
Right.
See what I mean? This is where you start taking advantage of these weaknesses, because we know these guys. If you've been studying the Panthers' history and you know what we're dealing with here, Bobby Wagner. Now this is going to be a tough one because the only weakness I see in Bobby Wagner is his run support. And sack numbers. You don't see many sack numbers from Bobby Wagner anymore. He's more focused on coverage and tackling, just getting the job done. So
fair enough.
He's taking away that focus from pass rush and putting it there, which I mean there's nothing wrong with him at all. You know, at that age. Of 33, you know, he's lost a step, but he's still got most of the capabilities that he did back then. He's just shifting his focus. That's all he's doing.
Right, right.
And in that way, you can take advantage of it. So, as I said, Jeremy Chin, we know his weakness too. He overextends on tackling. We can take advantage of that and burn him with our wide receivers.
Right.
So there's little ways that we can take advantage of former Panthers on this Washington roster, and certain guys that we know the weaknesses of. Now, if you're not as familiar with the player, you're not going to find the weakness. And Ron Rivera is not there anymore, so he can't point this stuff out.
Yes, correct.
That gives us a distinct advantage, and we need to take advantage of that and use it to its fullest extent. David Screws says maybe Eric Bieniemy gave up. He got tired of getting passed over.
That's a fair point.
Yep. I could see that. But yeah, this is a win. This is a potential win right here.
I'm actually, hate to say this, but I'm actually going to say we're barely going to lose.
I could see this as a trap game as well.
Yeah, I'm a little fearful just with the additions that they've made.
Plus injuries will be a factor at that point in the season.
Right.
And
now,
if you know our injury history, it's been bad.
Yeah, that is true.
Going into midseason. So, yeah.
Now, on a positive note, we'll still be on the road October 27th, 4:25 p.m. game. We'll be taking on a team we actually haven't played in a while, the Denver Broncos.
Super Bowl rematch.
Now, personally, I understand the Broncos, they were second in the AFC West last season.
Mm-hmm.
And, they did finish with an 8-9 record.
Yep.
But honestly, now that, they don't have Russell Wilson anymore, he's out of there.
Right.
I know they got Bo Nix. They got Zach Wilson, which, we've faced Zach Wilson before. He's not really a threat. To be honest, and I know they got a young Troy Franklin, somebody I wanted, Josh Reynolds, Cortland Sutton. I mean, they got a few receivers, but honestly, I don't think there's enough of them that really warrants me to say a loss. I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win this one.
I would agree. They had kind of a so-so draft too, and off-season. Like, it wasn't really an improvement. They stayed stagnant. And, for a team that's in the AFC South, again, AFC West, I mean, you've got to stay competitive. You've got the Raiders, Chargers, and the Super Bowl winning Chiefs ahead of you. Two-time Super Bowl winning Chiefs ahead of you. Correction. So you've got to stay ahead of them. And you can't do that when you're sitting here with this mediocre roster and trying to run a forced offensive system with Russell Wilson that just doesn't work. I mean, we tried to do that last year with Bryce Young, and we saw that ended. So, I mean, trying to force a system that just doesn't work on a Pro Bowl quarterback that's already got a system that you can trust in Seattle, before he came over. Why aren't you using that system? That's my question. Why aren't you adapting to Russell at this point? If you're Sean Payton, if you're such a great head coach, think about it. You coached Drew Brees, for goodness sakes, and you adapted to Drew Brees. If you can adapt to Drew Brees, why are you not adapting to Russell Wilson?
That's fair. That is fair.
I just don't see why that didn't work. Like, all you had to do was just get on the same page with him and let him take over that offense. That's it. I know you have your own way of doing things, but you're not going to turn Russell Wilson into Drew Brees. The same way we're not going to be able to turn Bryce Young into Cam Newton.
True.
You know, you can't just magically make him grow like a foot taller. Or become a red zone threat.
Right.
It just doesn't work that way. So,
yeah.
I don't see what Sean Payton was trying to accomplish there.
Yeah, and,
with all due respect, you know.
And I understand that, you know, there is the fact that, you know, he is the Broncos coach, but even still, I honestly think we should have the Broncos.
I mean, all due respect, I like Bo Nix. I like that quarterback pick that you just got. You know, and I like the offensive line help, you know, with the weapon. You know, but it's not enough. Yeah, you might have Patrick Surtain on defense. You know, you might have a couple of weapons, but that's it.
That's right.
This is not enough. And you're going to be sitting at the bottom of the West looking up, just going, why are we still here? Why are we still here?
They don't have Jerry Jeudy anymore, that's for sure.
Right. all your good people are gone, bro. What are you trying to do? You might have Zach Allen, but they can only do so much to help you. What happens when these good players realize, oh, I'm on a losing team, and these guys are never going to go anywhere with their careers? They're going to want out.
Right.
You're going to have to draft people in order to fix this problem. This is not a fixable problem in just 1 year. So, I mean, you got a few pieces that you can start from, but this is... Ooh. Yeah.
Right.
If you're a Denver fan right now, you should get excited about the Bo Nix pick. You should get excited about I think it was a wide receiver or an offensive line pick. You know, in the second round. You should get excited about that. But
they went edge.
Oh, they went edge. Okay. I do remember them addressing that, though. Either one of those two positions, though. And I was like, okay, cool. You know, you're starting to actually go in that direction. Now, can you stay in that direction?
Yeah,
but
good
they went full defensive after that, and it was just like, no. No, it's not enough. So, whenever the Broncos. Sean Payton will not get that offense fixed this year. And if you look at the schedule for the Broncos, it doesn't get much better. You're dealing with Seattle, you're dealing with Pittsburgh, you're dealing with Tampa, the Jets, Raiders, Chargers, Saints, us, Baltimore, KC, Falcons, Raiders again, Cleveland, Colts, Chargers, Bengals, Chiefs. I mean, it doesn't get much better.
Right.
You might be looking at 5 wins. You're going to be in top 10 pick.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So if I'm Denver and I'm not Denver GM right now, I'm thinking, how can I take advantage of yet another top 10 pick at the end of the year? They're going to get somebody before we can. And it better be somebody that helps them. Because if you continue this path and you don't protect your quarterback and you don't get what you need, you're going to keep going the same direction, which is south, and staying right where you are. And I mean, you can hire every one of Sean Payton's staff that was with them in New Orleans, and you'd still stay right where you are. That division is way too competitive for you, Sean. I hate to say this, man, but for the good of your career, you signed to the wrong team. You really did. Denver's not going anywhere. The Raiders are staying stagnant. They've got just enough to beat you every year. And they've been not improving either. So that ought to tell you something. You signed into the wrong franchise, brother. Just saying. Now, the place that you might be competitive in is the NFC North. You know, NFC South.
Oh, NFC South.
NFC South because of the Buccaneers and the Falcons. I don't see him going back to the Saints. I don't see that happening. There's also the AFC North where you've got the Colts, you've got the Jaguars and Texans. So if you went over to the Colts, I believe that he could possibly make the Colts into something. And turn that into a really competitive division. Because the Jags are right now they're hot on the heels of Houston. And with a healthy Trevor Lawrence, they will overtake them. So it will be a tough battle between those two at the end. But Jacksonville will overtake Houston by a little bit. It depends on who stays healthy and who doesn't. But, you know, with a Sean Payton controlled Colts team, I could see something there. I could see a third team emerging. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because we know that fourth team isn't doing anything. Come on, Tennessee is Tennessee.
Damien was saying Russ is overrated, in my opinion. I mean, that's an argument.
It's an argument, but you have to consider like where he ended up and what system he was under. You know,
yeah,
because
that's a good point.
If you're using that in the context of what he did in Denver, that's a hard sell for me. Sorry. But if you say that in context of what he did in Seattle, okay, fair argument because, you know, there were much better quarterbacks out there.
True.
You know, you
but
had your Aaron Rodgers,
keep in mind, though,
Drew
Damien,
Brees.
this is a 9-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, yes, he only has one Super Bowl ring. Should have had two, but
right. Mm-hmm.
You know,
amen, brother. Amen, brother.
Should have had two. Should have had two if he had just handed it off to Beast Mode. Anyway.
Facts.
But he is a 9-time Pro Bowler. So, I mean, he has established a lot of credibility. Now, he is getting older. I'm not sure what really he'll do at Pittsburgh. I mean, Pittsburgh's coming off of a playoff appearance. So, it'll be interesting to see, you know, maybe he can also help in Kenny Pickett's development as well as Justin Fields' development.
Yep.
Which, is Kenny Pickett still on there? Now that I think of it.
I don't know.
Actually, I don't think he is. Wait, where did Kenny Pickett go to? Let me see. Oh, that's right, to the Eagles. That's right, to the Eagles.
Yep.
Ah.
If Pittsburgh is willing to adapt to Russell Wilson's style of offense, then this could be really interesting.
Yeah.
And it would be the first time that they've deviated from the typical Ben Roethlisberger pocket passer type offense in many years.
But he'll be able to learn from Russell Wilson, Justin Fields. That is, he'll be able to
that's the types of quarterbacks quarterbacks that Pittsburgh has drafted because of that style of offense. Because they thought, okay, this is a winning formula. This has gotten us 6 Super Bowls. Okay, why not? Let's keep trying it. Let's keep trying it until it busts.
Yeah.
And it's busted a handful of years now. Not because of Mike Tomlin over there, but because of the lack of getting all the pieces that they needed. And that's the GM.
Yeah.
People want to blame Mike Tomlin for that. No, it's not Mike Tomlin. It's the GM. In half the cases of bad teams, it's the GM. The head coach does offer suggestions on who to pick, but it's the GM's decision. He can veto it.
Right.
And pick whoever he wants. And in our case, the owner has full power over everything. Because he's freaking David Tepper. But anyway.
Yeah. So, are you also thinking win? Over
Yes.
the Broncos?
Yes.
Same.
Solid win right there. 24-17, I think.
Okay.
It will be an ugly win, but it'll be a win.
Yeah. So we now step into the month of November. We head back home November 3rd for a 1 o'clock game against the second meeting of the New Orleans Saints.
This is
I'm gonna go win. I think we split with them, so I'm gonna go win.
This is one where I think this is a 50-50 for me. It depends on where we are at this point in the season. If everything goes according to schedule here, okay, say that we follow that chart of what would the record be going into that? Following our predictions so far.
So I know for me,
0-2, 0-3, 0-4, 1-4, 2-4, 3-4, 4-4.
So for me, it would be 4-4.
Yeah,
because,
4-4.
You went with a win with the Commanders. I went with a loss. I think that was the only thing we were different.
Right. So 4-4. So if we go into this Saints game 4-4, I see potential and possibly getting a win here. If we don't stay on schedule and we go like only 2 wins going in, that's a loss.
Right.
So, like I say, this is why I do like quarterly checkups on this team, throughout the season. Or I was planning on doing that, and I kind of deviated away from it because of all the chaos of Matt Rule and Frank. But I'm going to get back on that now. And I'm going to say, okay, these are my predictions for the next however many set of games, at this point in the season. Where are we? What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? What do we need to fix? What do we need to leave alone? So
Yeah.
I'll do quarterly progressive checks. So around this time, we've just come out of mid-season. So that would be check number 2, during the regular season time. Where are we? And that'll tell me, do we have a shot against New Orleans? Based on what we have seen up till then. What are our injuries look like? What are our trades and moves look like before the trade deadline? Because remember, they put that trade deadline right before that Saints game.
Right.
Right at Halloween. What do we look like up to that point? That's going to determine whether we have a shot or not. So right now I'm going to say win, but Ask me about that after about 3 or 4 games. Ask me again about that.
Mm.
Let me get a good feel for this team, where we are injuries wise, patterns wise, and then ask me again. You know? But right now, way too early first look, win. 60% win percentage for me. It's going to be tight. But I say win. David Screw says, over on Carolina Huddle, most fans are saying 1 or 2 wins looking at for a quarterback next draft makes me mad. I say we sweep New Orleans. I don't think we're going to sweep New Orleans, buddy. Our record in the New Orleans Dome is terrible. Terrible. With a capital T.
No,
So,
I think we split with the Saints. I think we split with the Saints.
Yeah, me too. I mean,
I think
if we have a
a
shot at
better
beating
chance.
them, it's going to be at home.
I think we have a better chance of sweeping Atlanta than the Saints.
Right. I agree. With all the quarterback controversy there, and the fact that they don't have an O-line in Atlanta, and there's just chaos going on in Atlanta right now. So, I agree. Our best chance of beating the Saints is at home. But 1 to 2 wins, that's ludicrous. Come on now. 1 to 2 wins, that's just people hating on Bryce Young. Straight up. Let's just call that what it is. Like call a spade here. Y'all just hate Bryce Young. That's what it is. That's why you're only predicting 1 to 2 wins. Because I see at least 5, bare minimum. At least 5. If we're not getting at least 5, there's something terribly wrong, and we need to look at this roster and what's going on here. And reevaluate what we're doing. Because clearly that process isn't working. But if we get the 7 to 8 wins that I think we can get, then get excited because we're going in the right direction. And we're doing everything right that we should be doing. And the coaches are progressing us where we should be being progressed. You know, the little things, footwork, hands, technique. You know, are you coming out of a drop perfectly? Are you guarding properly? You know, little things. With Dave's energy with the team, can you not see more than 9? It's not about Dave's energy at this point. It's about our schedule. It's about what we're facing. Because you have to consider what's on this schedule. We've got Dallas, we've got Philly, we've got Cincinnati, we've got playoff teams, man. These guys are heavily armed and dangerous teams.
Yeah, and not only that, some of these teams we haven't beaten in a couple of seasons.
Yep.
That's another thing we got to keep in mind that we factor into some of our decisions. Some of these teams we haven't beaten in a couple of seasons.
Right. I mean, this may be a revamped offense, but this is not the complete Carolina Panthers roster yet. We need one more offseason to be able to pull that off.
Like, for example, the Raiders.
We're not quite there yet.
We didn't even beat them back when we had Cam during his first stint.
Right. And I mean, at the time that you're referring to, we were developing that future Super Bowl roster. You know, that was the first year of developmental of it. That's where we're at right now. First year of it. Okay, we roll into the season. We figure out what's wrong. We go into 25 off season, and we fix all the holes in the boat. once we've exposed all those holes and seen them go against live competition. Now we know exactly what to fix. We can pinpoint things now. Yeah, you built a solid foundation. You built the walls, tentatively. Okay, this is first draft. Think about, like, if you're writing a book, you've got first draft, second draft, third draft, heavily edited last draft, and then published, right?
Right.
We're in the first draft, right?
Yeah.
So we're writing the story. Then we can go back and we can edit it. And then edit it again. And then edit it again. And then edit it again and again and again until we finally get it to where we can publish it.
Mm-hmm.
And at that publishing stage, you've got a solid winner. That's going to be a New York Times seller, right?
Right.
That's how the book writing process goes. Same thing here with the Panthers. You just have to edit it. And it takes quite a few years to finally get it perfected. And then do it consistently, like KC is doing it, and like New England was doing it, and it's like Green Bay was doing it for a while. You have to really be on your P's and Q's. Dot all your I's and cross your T's, because it's not easy. It is not easy at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting there is half the battle.
Stream says, "Oh, Cyberfight holding up." Oh yeah, I did read about that. I hadn't forgotten about that. Furious, thank you for the reminder. Damien says Panthers O-line still shaky. I wouldn't jump to that conclusion just yet.
I agree.
I wouldn't jump to that conclusion just yet, especially with the additions that we got.
I would actually agree with that because of Taylor Moton and Icky.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because if these guys don't step up, we're going to have to replace them. So to me, that's shaky. So you do have Brady Christensen, you do have Cade Mays, but it's not enough.
So Icky is going into his third year. Had a good rookie year, had a sophomore slump. So we'll have to see how this third year goes. Moton, yeah, I definitely can understand that Moton is starting to look like a liability. Unless he can fire off like some of that production that he used to have that warranted how he got that big bonus in the first place.
Yeah.
But let's see.
I'm not thrilled with those two right now. And the fact that people kept scapegoating Bozeman for the problems of these two players really pissed me off.
Right.
I bought a Bozeman jersey, and you guys know how I feel about jerseys.
Right.
When I buy a player's jersey, I know that they're going to stick. I know that they're a great community person. I know that they're a great influence in the locker room. I know that they can do so many things that could benefit this team, and it's above and beyond what a Panther should be. You know what I mean? So I take that very, very seriously when I get autographs. And jerseys of players. I don't mess around. I look for specific players. You saw it yourself, Blitz, when I was at training camp. I wanted specific players. For obvious reasons. I wanted Frankie Louvu. I wanted the big names that I knew were going to stick. So when I bought that Bozeman jersey, I thought, okay, this is Ron Cooley 2.0. Turns out I was right. And just because the dude can't pass block as well as he can run block, yeah, we're switching the system up, as far as the blocking scheme, but that's no reason to get rid of something that works. You know what I mean? Like, that's what frustrates me. The dude had no injuries whatsoever. Well, if he did, it was very rare. And he was solid, man. Like, you can't just keep scapegoating players and then kicking them off the Panthers and expect that not to bite you. This is what's frustrating about this. The fan base will continue to do this. You scapegoated Bozeman. You scapegoated Brian Burns. You scapegoated CMC. You scapegoated Dante Jackson. Now you're scapegoating Sanders. Sanders is next. How long until they go after Zavala? Or the guy that was just put in center? Corbett. How much longer until we go after Corbett? Because of his injuries. This is the stuff that's got to stop. Stop scapegoating players when it's not their fault. Okay, if the player is garbage, the player is garbage. There's not much you can do about that on the field. Skills-wise, unless the player improves their skills. But you don't fix it by getting rid of the one person that might have been a problem, but probably not, over the people that were obviously the problem. And you're just not using your eyes and getting out of your tunnel vision to see it. And because all these people are getting thousands and thousands of views, the management listens to that instead of us, who are continuously spouting the truth every week, and you just don't want to listen because you're too stuck in your tunnel vision and seeing only what you want to see.
Yeah,
that's what's frustrating there. So as a result, Bozeman is yet another victim of this, which pisses me off as a Panthers fan.
Which is understandable. I happen to notice in your chat a few things. David was saying Ron Rivera is a decent coach but didn't have the energy Dave Canellis has. Never had an energetic coach. Of course, remembering how Baker Mayfield did with Dave Canellis. Okay, I'm gonna say this. There's a few things. David, I'm right there with you. I'm gonna say there's a few things to keep in mind. Mm-hmm. Number one, Ron Rivera was a decent coach.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about somebody that was a 2-time Coach of the Year. Decent. He was more than decent.
Definitely, and he took us to the Super Bowl.
A lot more than decent. I mean, not only took us to a Super Bowl, but 2 years as Coach of the Year. That's a big deal.
Don't forget a 15-1 record.
After starting off struggling. Secondly, while I do love the optimism with Dave Canellis,
and I love his energy too,
we have to also keep in mind, I can't stress this enough, this is his first head coaching gig. I can't stress that enough. We've had too many situations where a coordinator has been an excellent coordinator, but has been a trash head coach.
Yep.
Look at Chip Kelly.
Yep.
I mean, that's an example.
Just because it worked in college doesn't mean it's going to work in the NFL.
There have been plenty of coordinators. I mean, I know we love them on defense, but you got to also look at Steve Wilkes' head coaching record.
Yep.
It doesn't compare to him as a D coordinator. It doesn't. It doesn't in the NFL. It doesn't even in college.
I'll come back to that in a minute.
So we got to just keep in mind, this is his first head coaching gig. We don't know what this guy is like as a head coach. That's just, I can't stress that enough.
Yep. And the energy doesn't turn into wins. skill-based plays turns into wins.
Right.
Yeah, that helps.
So-
But it helps to have a coach that is energetic, but in and of itself, that does not turn into wins. You have to actually play on the field and do well.
Yeah, that's why I really got to see how the execution looks out there on that field before I can
Yep.
really start drawing up conclusions.
Yeah.
Because
How does he
Like I
handle
said-
certain situations? Does he, handle the clock management well? Does he use the challenge flags well?
Yeah.
Certain things like that. Coaching stuff.
because a lot of energy that you're feeling, there's a handful of fans that had that same energy about Frank Wright.
Yep. And we got handed a bill of goods.
Yeah. And the thing was, Frank Wright has been a head coach before. Dave Canellis hasn't. So that should say something.
Yep.
But all I'm saying is, like, I welcome Dave Canellis with open arms.
Yep.
Do I see the potential? Absolutely. But at the same time, I have to go about this and remember this is his first head coaching gig.
Yep.
Whether he played under Pete Carroll or the greatest coaches of all time, this is his first head coaching gig.
Yep.
Now, I really do hope it translates. All that he's learned and picked up, he can dish out as a head coach. That remains to be seen. But unfortunately, there have been a number of examples in the NFL of awesome coordinators, offense side and defensive side, that have turned out to be trash head coaches.
Yeah. Absolutely
Sucks
agree.
to see, but it happens.
About Steve Wilkes, I don't want to start a full-fledged debate here, but I mean, the only way to improve that record is to put him in situations that can improve his record.
Right.
Like, I know where you're going to go with that conversation, and in retrospect, now everybody's like, oh yeah, Steve Wilkes was the answer, Steve Wilkes was this, Steve Wilkes was that. It's like, bro, we've been trying to tell you. You just didn't want to listen because you're too hard-headed, and you only saw the record. No offense to anybody, that was like that. Because I know that Blitz, to a degree, was like that as well, But you got to give him a chance. He's not going to improve his record if you don't give him that chance.
Yeah, like, would I have been mad if we had kept him? Heck no. I would have been like, okay.
Right. I'm so curious to see what that offseason would have looked like. Who would he have drafted? Who would he have picked up? I'm genuinely fascinated.
My only hope would have been that some of the mistakes he made, he would have learned how to fix and adjust for the next season. That would have really been my only hope if he were to have come back. But I was definitely open to the idea.
Because, for me, I look at it objectively, based on the games that we had left. And, he won the games that he was supposed to win. And he took the L's that I felt were going to be L's anyway. So, to me, that record looked exactly what it should look like at the end of that, minus the Tampa Bay loss. And, getting back into that Tampa Bay loss, this was Tom Brady that was not scoring over 20 points all year.
Right.
Except for maybe 2 to 3 games. There's no excuse for you not to get a win there, considering we were getting over 20 points a game. So, I mean, that was lack of execution. That wasn't on Steve. That's on the players. You can't blame that one on Steve, the fact that we missed the playoffs. So, to me, I thought he did an excellent job, considering what he had to work with. I mean, You got to turn crap into lemonade. He definitely did it.
He also didn't have a full season as well. So that's another thing that'll still be a question mark.
And that leads into a whole conversation of what would he have done with a full season with that schedule, you know, and that team with that much talent on it. That would have been fascinating to find out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think he would have done well. I think he would have made the playoffs.
Damien says that 6-year contract still sus. What 6-year contract? Who are we talking about?
Oh, the Frank Wright one?
Maybe. Yeah, I'll see what he confirms.
Yeah. As I remember, wasn't it Matt Rule that got handed like a 7-year contract?
Yes.
Yeah.
That might be.
I think that's what he's referring to. Because it was in the same time frame.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So, let's see. Wait, where were we? We were on Saints. Were you thinking win?
I am, for now.
Same.
Yeah. Way too early look. I'm thinking 60% win percentage.
Yeah.
But that could change on a whim compared to, you know, where we end up after week 8. Because we don't know where we're going to be at.
Yeah. And then the final game before the bye. We are going international, ladies and gentlemen. Going international as the Carolina Panthers will travel to, I hope I pronounce this correctly,
Alliance Arena in Germany.
Germany, for a 9:30 in the morning game on November 10th against the New York Giants.
Oh my goodness.
And you know something?
9:30 in the morning. I don't think anyone's had their coffee that early in the morning on a Sunday. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Golly.
I might have to DVR that game.
Oh my God. I'm going to be up. I'm going to be up. I'll be live streaming the reaction to it. That's on NFL Network? I get that one. All right, cool. So I'll be doing a reaction to that.
Oh, it is on NFL Network?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll be doing a reaction to that bright and early.
One, I'm gonna go ahead and say I think this should be a win.
Yep.
I know we're gonna be going up against Brian Burns, but you know what? I think we're still gonna have a win.
I just don't want to see Brian Burns matched up against Icky or Taylor Moton.
Yeah.
And odds are he's going to get matched up against Icky. If Icky has a bad year again, he's going to demolish Icky. There's going to be sacks involved.
And we're going to be playing
like
against one of your Clemson boys and Isaiah Simmons.
Now here's the interesting thing. This dude is a linebacker. Okay, they tried to convert him to safety in Arizona and it didn't work. He's a linebacker. The Giants put him back at linebacker where he belongs. He's an outside linebacker, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But the guy's a beast. If you put him in the right system and you train him up, oh yeah, it won't take him long. He will be beasting and feasting. He's got the animal instinct in him. Excellent tackler. He still needs to work on his coverage a little bit, but as far as tackling and run stopping, the dude is unparalleled. So if you're putting him into a 3-4 defense, he's going to flourish. A 4-3, not so much. And that's what Arizona was trying to do. And they didn't succeed with it. He would struggle under a Ron Rivera defense. But the thing is, you don't take him out of the linebacker's spot, though. Because at that stage, he's more like an A.J. Klein type. Like, he'll run stop, and he'll shut down the corner runs. He'll shut down the edges. But he's a very, very talented tackler. And somebody you really want on your defense in your linebacking core. But like I said, the Giants don't have the right system for him, neither does Arizona. So, we can take advantage of his coverage ability. And use that against him with our wide receivers.
Oh, Damien was talking about Dave Canales' contract. 6 years.
Oh.
I see. Gotcha.
I didn't realize it was 6. I thought it was like 4 or something like that. Okay. 6 is fine. 6 is fine. As long as he gets the job done, you know. I don't...
Right.
It's Tepper's money. You know what I mean? Like... But I feel like Tepper didn't even mean to find a hidden gem here. And he happened to find one in Dave Canales.
Right.
He didn't even realize he was finding one. You know, every once in a while, the gopher sees his shadow, man. Every once in a while it happens. So...
Right.
You got lucky. And in this case, I think he got lucky with Dave Canales. So, you know, back to what I was saying about Isaiah Simmons. I really do believe we can take advantage of him with our wide receivers.
Yeah.
But if we try to cram the run game down his throat, it's not going to work.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah. He and about 2 or 3 other defensive players will shut down the run if we try to force it. And in the words of Dick Canales, I'm not giving up on the run. I'm going to force it. In other words. And he's confirmed that with this 6 running back room of his. Which, I mean, what are you planning on doing with all these running backs? Like, what is the plan here?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out.
I'm trying to figure out, like, what you're using these running backs for. Okay, one of them is meant for speed back, one of them's meant for power back, one of them's meant for, okay, I'm going to put you out there and let you run routes and get short passes for me, screens and stuff like that. Okay, fair enough. Then what are the rest of these guys doing? Bench warming? Getting cut because of the 90-man roster? I mean, that's not competition to me. That's saying, okay, well, we're going to push you guys, but somebody's job is at risk right now.
Right.
I'm not going to say the name. Everybody knows who it is.
Yep.
Somebody's contract is at risk. Because you picked up a running back that only had 1 successful year. In Penny. You show me more than 1 successful year, okay, we can justify this pickup. You know, and say, okay, this is to push Sanders to do better. Or go out the door. I could justify that move now. You know what I mean? But
right.
with only 1 successful season and the lack of touchdowns, who are you trying to fool here? That's my problem with this. And to say that he is better than Chuba or anybody else in this room is clown. It's cap, bro. It's cap. I'm sorry, but it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you might have an argument if he's better than Blackshear, or anybody below that. But even Blackshear and Spencer Brown had consistent years in preseason where they eclipsed that.
Yeah, just fair.
Yeah. So I mean, if you're just basing it on average, that's nothing, bro. That's not even an argument. I'm sorry, but it isn't. Shout out Marcos Cash. How you doing, man?
What's up?
Tepper has cat scratch fever. Good one. Maybe Penny can progress and become $1.
That's creative.
I see what you did there.
That's creative. I like that. I like that. Well played.
Yep.
Well played.
Marcos.
Yeah,
Marcos says Penny is nothing more than a body till Brooks gets 100% healthy. Yep, facts.
There you go. But yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna beat the Giants in Germany.
Yep. We're gonna put on a good show for the Panthers fans in Germany. So Panthers fans in Germany, get excited. Come out to that game. Please do. Buy tickets. For real. You are going to see a win. And that's coming from streamers that know what we're talking about. Go check that game out. Don't sit on your couch. This is your one chance to go see your Panthers in action and potentially see a win this time.
Yeah.
That's got to be a great feeling if you're a Panthers fan over there.
Which the last time we played in an international game, we did win. So
yeah. So you'll get another chance to see another dub there.
Yeah.
So get excited, man. Heck yeah. I'd be buying those tickets up. Definitely.
But and then after that week, we get our bye. So week 11 is our bye.
Yeah.
Nice spot in the schedule. So not too bad. But we come out of the bye in week 12, November 24th.
Into an automatic loss.
At home against the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs.
That's an L. I'm not even hesitating to put an L on that one.
Big ol' L.
Yep. I'm not even wasting 0.5 seconds on that
yet,
one.
Y'all. They are.
Yep.
That's just...
I'm not even guessing that that's going to be a loss. I'm saying it. I'm telling you that's a fact. It's an L. We can't even light a candle to this team the way we're built right now. We could maybe last a half with KC's built team. The way our roster looks right now. That's the best we're going to be able to do. Once they come out at halftime, it's like a freaking Madden video game.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it right now. They are going to find every single weakness that we have and exploit it, which is a good thing for us because it teaches us. This is a learning experience for us because we already know we're taking the L anyway. Let's just learn from it. Let's say, okay, this is where we can put this stuff on film and say, all right, how can we fix these things? Because the very next week we're playing Tampa Bay in our stadium. And
right.
You have to be ready to go. This is a division team.
Yes.
This is a potential win right here, depending on what weaknesses come out of that KC game. And it's also a bad thing because whatever is on tape is also on tape. If you catch my meaning by that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, strengths and weaknesses. So, my whole thing is, like, it just depends on what weaknesses we come out of KC with. If the weaknesses are smaller than we think they are, then we're on target. You know, we should be able to come out of out of that Tampa Bay game with a win following it. If not, that's going to be a trouble game.
Right.
That's going to be a big trap game for us. Getting our 7 to 8 wins. But
Yeah.
right now, I put the win percentage at about 60%. But again,
Yeah.
you don't know what this team is going to look like coming out of week 12. It could look completely different from what you saw in the beginning of the year. And often it does because of the NFL trends and how things switch up.
I'm going to say it's going to be a hard-fought battle, but I say we squeak out a win over the Bucks at home.
I think so too. Yeah. It's going to be an ugly win, but it's going to be a win.
Yeah, which that's week 13. The Bucks week 13, December 1st. But then it's going to get nasty again.
Yep.
Because December 8th for week 14, we got to play who also, not too long ago, played in the Super Bowl and has been a threat in the playoffs for the last couple of years, on the road against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Loss.
Yeah, that's definitely a loss.
Not even
I hate to say
hesitating
it.
on that one. Loss. Take it as a
Yeah.
learning experience. Whatever we can learn from these bigger teams like this.
Right.
Just take your healthy L and move on. You know?
Right.
Dallas Cowboys, same thing. Loss.
Yeah. Dallas Cowboys on December 15th. Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't beaten the Cowboys since Cam Newton was our quarterback.
And on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. That's the last time we beat the Cowboys. So,
Yep.
yeah.
Which, trivia question, what type of jersey were we wearing that day?
Color Rush.
Correct. I want to see if the chat could get that one. But
Oh,
you
my
beat
bad.
him to it. You beat him to it. That's all right. I knew you knew the answer. I should have said that before I blurted that out. But all right. Second trivia question about that one. Don't say it, because I know you know the answer. I know you do.
Okay.
Who caught a pick in that game? Chat? Who you got? Who you got? Who you got? I know y'all know the answer to this. Come on now. This is easy. I'll give you a hint. He doesn't like being tackled. Correct.
Oh, he got 2 in that game.
Also correct.
But there was another that got a pick 6 in that game. Luke wasn't the only one that got a pick 6 in that game.
Correct. That's the one I'm thinking of.
I already know who it is because I remember the run back.
Yep. Uh-huh. You already know, Blitz. Let's see if the chat can get this one. I mean, the first one's obvious. David Screw says, I'm jerky, I can't function. Fair,
Oh,
fair,
that-
fair, fair.
Wow. But yeah, like.
Yep.
And that was 2015, y'all. We haven't
Yep.
beaten the Cowboys since 2015.
Yep.
Like, yikes.
Yep. Marcos Cash says, I just want to see competitive football regardless of wins. Don't get me wrong, wins are awesome. I just want to see good football for a chance this season. Facts, man.
And-
That's what you're
and I
going to see.
can appreciate that, yeah.
No matter what this record looks like this year, you're going to see competitive football. We're going to play a solid half against the Chiefs, you know. We're going to play a solid 3 quarters against Dallas. We're going to play a solid 3 quarters against Philly. You're going to see it, but we're not going to be able to finish because these teams are much, much stronger than us. You know. So you will see it if everything goes correctly.
Indeed, indeed.
So that being said, you know, we've got a loss against the Eagles. We got a loss against the Cowboys. Moving on to Week 16, you got the Cardinals. That should be a win.
Oh, that better be a win.
That's the one I'm going to get pissed off if we don't win this one.
That better, shoot, they beat us last time. That better be a win this time.
Agreed. Yep. The Giants
If we-
beat us last year, too, by the way.
Shoot.
So did
If
the
we-
Bears.
If we lose to the Cardinals, man, shoot.
It only helps our draft pick. That's the way I see it. We'll get into that in a minute, you know. But if we were to lose a game like that, it only helps our draft pick. It only helps us, to be honest. But yeah, that's win. We both have win on that one.
Yes. And then, second meeting, the 29th of December on the road against the Buccaneers.
This is going to be a tougher one. I think the second time around, when you play in Tampa, it gets a little bit tougher, but that should be a win. That should be a win.
Ooh. I would love for it to be we have not swept Tampa Bay in a long time.
That's a fair point. We're going to end up sweeping somebody, and you know what? I'm changing that to an L. That's an L.
Yeah, I hate to say
that's
it.
in Tampa. That's in Tampa. Plus the fact that the playoffs would be on the line.
Right.
A trip to the playoffs for a wild card for us would be on the radar. But we'd be on the outside looking in. And again,
Right.
I'll explain that once we finish this schedule. Because you probably know where I'm going with this. But L there, that's going to cost us a trip to the playoffs regardless. That's going to close the books. For good on those conversations.
Yeah.
Whether we have a chance or not, that's going to close the books. And then Atlanta, we have a lot of problems with Atlanta in the dome.
Yeah. Even though we did beat them in the dome
Yeah.
last season.
Here's the
But-
interesting part about this. You're going to see a lot of substitutions. A lot of people are going to be rested.
Or actually, no, I'm sorry. We did beat them at home. Never mind. Well, shoot.
Yeah.
Because I forgot, we started the season in the dome last season.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah. L. I hate to say it. I think we have a better chance of sweeping them, but still.
Oh. Marcos Cash has a point. He says Cards did beat Dallas, so it's no cakewalk. Yeah, any given Sunday. Good point. But, I mean, if you look at what Dallas was doing at the time that they beat them, yeah. That was a total shocker, though.
Indeed.
Dallas
Indeed.
came in there just lazy and unprepared and just, they thought it would be a cakewalk win. This is why there are no cakewalk wins in the NFL.
As a
We've
matter
been
of fact,
saying wins.
They beat both Dallas and Philly.
Exactly. And, this is why I've made the point many, many times. There are no cakewalk wins in the NFL. you could say win, 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 you know, all you want, you know, and say it should be definitely a win, you know, but to call it a cakewalk win, no, there's no cakewalk wins in the NFL.
Right.
This is not the college season, you know, where you're battling people like Western Kentucky and places like that, you know, if you're an SEC school. You know, this is not how that works in the NFL. There's no cakewalks in the NFL. You either win or you don't. Period. Period. It comes down to that. You either execute or you don't. And if you didn't execute, why did you not execute? Why did you not get the win? That's when the conversations and debates begin. But that's an excellent point, though, Marcos Cash. David Screw says, cakewalk gives diabetes.
Wow.
Facts. Diabetes.
Diabetes. You check your blood sugar and you check it often.
Walter Brumfred. Walter Brimley.
So yeah, I'm gonna say, unfortunately,
Mr. Walker.
a loss in Atlanta.
The interesting thing is, like I was saying, you know, there's going to be a lot of substitutions because people are going to be resting players. And, like, at that point, Atlanta's going to be so downtrodden because of their schedule, you know, and what they've done all year, that I just don't see Atlanta coming in wanting to try to get that win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they'll start resting people just to make sure they don't get injuries to star players, so that they can keep them for the whole offseason. Some starters might play, some might not. It's impossible to tell who might actually play. You know, you just have to catch it, like, you have to understand, like, what they're doing and where they are, you know,
Correct.
and what each player is doing.
So, my final tally, and like I said, of course, this is before any previews or anything have happened, before any of the talent has set foot. My current tally right now is an 8-9 record.
Which is exactly on target with what I had predicted. The 7-8 wins.
Yeah.
Dead on target.
So
Oh, Atlanta has Ray McLeod. I forgot about that.
yeah. So that's kind of my best case scenario. 8-9. Because like I said before, while I'm excited for Dave, this is his first head coaching gig. I want to see what he can do starting 0-0 as a head coach.
Yep. Atlanta also has Tyler Vrabel. They've got from Clemson specifically, they got AJ Terrell, which pissed me off. I got so mad when they drafted AJ Terrell.
I remember you were mentioning that.
God, man. I went irate because I knew what this dude was going to bring to Atlanta. You know, and we got to play that twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nightmare for our wide receivers. Not to mention, now you've got Ruka Rororo, who is a run-stopping beast at defensive tackle.
Oh, yeah.
So, as I continue to watch Clemson players go to our NFC South opponents, it's not a good look, man, when we're not drafting one of these people. You know, when we've got needs. I mean, if you like a certain player better than one of these guys, okay, fair enough. You know, we can debate it. But, and typically I will go with your choice, you know, if you make a solid argument. You know, you got facts to support it. Okay, cool. You know, I'm down. But I'm not like Cody where I go completely ape about the fact that we're not getting Clemson players. You know, I'm not going to do that. You know, if there's a better player available, I want the best players available for our team at the positions of need. Now make sure that you take that into account. Do not take me out of context here. Finish the sentence. I said, at the positions of need. It's not just best player available. It's at positions of need. So, and I know somebody's going to take that out of context. I guarantee it. Because they only will hear what they want to hear. So they only use the first part of that sentence. But I want you to use the full sentence there. Because there's more to it. And I'm not just blowing smoke when I say that. I want the best 53 roster we could possibly build. Period. Did I stutter? No. Did I blink? No. That's what I want. If that's not a Clemson player, so be it. Taking bias out of it. Would I love it to be a Clemson player? That's a bonus.
I noticed Marcos Cash says, facts, maybe I'm biased with Canella since he's Mexican-American like me. Hey, Marcos, I just wanted to say, since you mentioned that, I had to let you know, I think chorizo is like one of the greatest things ever. I love me some chorizo.
There you go, man. There you go. Love it.
Like whether it's for breakfast, whether it's in a burrito, a taco, a quesadilla, I will eat the mess out of some chorizo.
Yes, sir.
I just thought I had to mention that.
Yes,
But
sir.
carry on.
Oh gosh.
So I'm thinking 8 and 9. I mean, which is already a ginormous improvement for us. Like,
Ooh. Marcos Cash asks, how would you feel about the new Buccaneers offensive coach exposing Canales' weaknesses? I mean, so far we don't know completely what his weaknesses are. Do we? We haven't seen him in action yet, you know, in a Panthers sideline yet.
Yeah, I guess we won't really know until the games.
Yeah.
That is unless a different team happens to expose them before we get to the Bucs, which that would be horrendous.
David Screw says not worried because he has 14 years under Pete Carroll. Dude is ready. Yeah, that's facts.
That is a lot of years of learning under somebody. I will give him that. That's a lot to
under
learn.
an excellent coach, by the way, in Pete Carroll. His Achilles heel will always be that beast mode move that he should have made in the Super Bowl to win back-to-back Super Bowls. But, you know,
yeah,
that's only one Achilles heel though. He's been excellent.
That's his one.
Up till then.
He could have made a lot more, but it was just one.
Yeah.
It was just one. So I know I'm hard on him. I can be hard on him because, I mean, like I said, that has to be one of the dumbest plays in NFL history. But he does have a ring, and he has a lot of playoff experience, and he has been well established as a head coach. So I got to give him that.
Marcos Cash says facts. Chorizo and eggs in the morning.
Oh yeah, very good, very delicious.
Yep. As far as the playoff conversation,
you go ahead and keep talking. I'm gonna use the bathroom right quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I will. I'll cover that when he gets back. But I want to cover first of all, um, well, we do want to get to that video that David sent as well. You know, the reaction to the players. Um, and I also want to bring up one other topic too when he gets back. Give me 1 second. Let me hide the screen real quick. Because I gotta check a message. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. They DoorDashed me some food, and apparently they messed it up. So, with Pizza Hut. So, anyway, I love me some Pizza Hut. I will absolutely eat me some Pizza Hut. And also for those that like fast food and stuff like that, if any of you guys are familiar with Mr. Beast, he's actually trying to sell his candy bars with the Zaxby's buckets now. So, there you go. What was the prediction when Norman and Cam had a scuffle at a training camp and Benjamin was out for the season? You know, that's actually a good question. I wasn't actually doing predictions that year, to be honest. I thought 10 wins. I thought 10 wins. David Screws asked, what was the prediction when Norman and Cam had a scuffle in training camp and Benjamin was out for the season? I said 10 wins that year.
I was thinking, honestly, 7.
Yeah, everyone counted us out when that happened, and we went 15-1. Be careful with the L's. I ate a whole medium pizza by myself from Pizza Hut the other day. Yeah. I was telling them, we DoorDashed some Pizza Hut, and they messed up the breadsticks. You know, this, bacon breadsticks. So, yeah. I'll be grabbing those in a second. But I wanted to talk about playoff numbers because the NFC South is a strange place when it comes to playoff records.
Right.
We won 1 year with 7 wins, and it was because the rest of the division was garbage, and they kept balancing each other out. And I had correctly predicted last year during the middle of the season that the NFC South would start balancing each other out. And I thought, okay, if we could somehow turn all of this talent into something, we could possibly win this division. You know.
Yeah.
I thought that around September and October. You know, I thought, okay, surely we could do something with this talent. We can win this division. Because I saw 9 or 10 wins easy on that schedule last year. Easy. And we couldn't take it. Because we didn't know what we were doing. Now we do.
Right.
So, with that being said, the magic number is 9. Really? That you're looking for? But occasionally it can be 8. 8 is enough to get you in the conversation. 8 is enough to get you in the door. If you get 7, you're outside looking in. in the NFC South. Um, and it's been a weird coincidence that every one of these division leaders had 9 wins
Yeah, that's true.
the last few years. So that tells me that my prediction of what I'm saying here is correct. That 9 is the magic number. You want to be in the conversation of taking this division lead, you got to have 9. You want to be foot in the door, you got to have 8. 7 is in the conversation, but barely. And then 6, you're out. You're just flat out. So, my whole thing is, like, we're predicting 7 to 8 wins. That's enough to get us in the conversation. And that's why I was bringing that up several times, when I've been pointing this out. Because you just never know what might happen in the NFC South. There's been a lot of weird things happening.
One of the worst divisions, and it's open.
It really is, though. So, if this division keeps balancing each other out like it did last year, there's a shot, man. There's a shot at wildcard. But you're going to have a lot of teams competing and hungry in that wildcard race. That's the problem.
This is true.
So, you better bring your A game. We better be bringing our A game. We better be crossing our T's and dotting our I's if we want to get in. But even then, even if we do get in and we don't win in the first round, don't panic.
Right.
Because, to me, getting 7 to 8 wins and being outside looking in, that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
I'm okay with that. That tells me we did everything that we could possibly do this year. We maxed out our schedule. And we did all the little things right. And at least we were in the conversation. I'll take that. That's more than we were last year. Way more than we were last year and the few years before that. Since Ron got fired. So I'll take it. Getting into the playoffs is a bonus at this point. So if you do get the bonus, you're not getting the bonus points, but you're getting the bonus.
Right.
So, I'm happy with that. That tells me we're heading absolutely in the right direction and we're slightly ahead of schedule if we make the playoffs. And it also tells me that the NFC South is still whack.
Yeah.
And we can take full advantage of that. David Screw said, I really want the playoffs this year. If we lose, I can get a sigh of relief and say we lost to a legit team and a good coach. Facts.
Yeah,
even if
fair.
Even if we make it to the first round, don't panic. At least we made it to the first round. That's at least something. That how many years has it been since we've been to the playoffs? Since like 17 or 18?
2017.
Oh my God. That's too long. 7 years.
Yeah.
4 years ago.
Exactly.
It's time for a change, man. It's time for a change. 25 is going to be it, though. Oh, we're definitely making the playoffs at 25. If everything goes well with this season and getting what we need next off season, we're making the playoffs next year. Depending, schedule allowing, 9 to 10 wins next year. Doesn't matter what our schedule looks like, 9 to 10.
9 to 10. Okay.
Yep. That's way too early prediction, and I mean way too early prediction. But with the amount of talent we would be loading up with and upgrading on, with the money that we have going into this next offseason, do you see where I'm coming from? Like, that's the path that we're going on.
Right.
So it's kind of hard not to argue that we have that shot at 9 to 10 wins next year. You know, in the 25 season. We're not getting it in 24. I don't want to mislead people here. We're not getting it in 24. I'm saying that cleanly and plainly.
Mm-hmm.
But 25? Count me in. You know? Count me in on that bandwagon right there. Now, I might be wrong. There's a lot of factors before we get to that stage. We got to have everything going right in our direction. We got to have all the pieces together before we can say that. You know, but I feel confident. That's why I'm saying it publicly. Because I feel like with the schedule we're on and what we're doing, it seems to be right on target. Every piece, every target, you know, seems to be right on target going in that direction. And I'm just following the trajectory, you know,
Mm-hmm.
to where it inevitably goes, you know, to where we have a strong, confident roster year after year after year after year, consistently. So long as Tepper doesn't interfere, or his wife.
Yeah, that's gonna be a key.
That's why
the
I keep
key.
saying I don't want that man in that draft room anymore. I don't want him anywhere close to that draft room anymore. If there's even a sniff of that man possibly screwing it up, I want him out. He is not to be involved in the process. Because these guys have a formula and it worked. You look at that draft, you tell me that's not a formula. And it worked. To get exactly what we needed. He played everybody like a violin when it came to the center position.
Yeah, that's
That
a fair
man never
point.
had any intention of drafting a center. He fooled everybody, bro. Including me. And it's pretty hard to do that. Because I've got a pretty good sniff and a pretty good bead on everybody and what they're doing. That fooled me. Not bad, Dan. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
You've earned my respect after that. Pull that off 2, 3, 4 times in a row with multiple drafts, then I'll be really impressed. Then I'm
Yeah, he's gotta
tempted to
start
say we got a genius on our hands. I'm going to be looking for it next year, man. You're going to have to come up with something new. Oh, snap. David Screw says, be careful, Corey. You never know, bro. Yeah, true. True.
Yeah.
I look at it in a different perspective, especially this year. Also, here's a countdown. Frank didn't want Bryce and wanted CJ. That's why he bombed the season. Thoughts?
If that's the case, that's a pretty lackluster decision by the coach to just bomb because he didn't get the player he wanted. It's kind of a sad excuse if that's the case.
Yeah, that's a stretch from me. I'm sorry. That's a stretch. That's a conspiracy theory right there. It has yet to be proven, but if it is proven, so be it. But, you know, I'd be even more pissed off and upset with Frank at that point.
Yeah.
Because that's not acceptable. You don't do that.
It's like, I didn't get the player I wanted. I'm going to intentionally not coach.
Like, who does that, bro? Who does that? Now, it's one thing if you're tanking for a higher draft spot. That I can make an argument for. That I can sell that. You know what I'm saying? But if you're intentionally throwing games because you did, you know, you're pitching a fit like a 10-year-old because you didn't get the player that you wanted, bro, you were in control of that draft. You could have picked the player yourself, Frank. It's not just the GM that can pick the player. It's you too. Like, that's why I don't buy this. Like, if you're going to throw me a conspiracy theory, you got to throw me something I could buy. You got to sell me on it. And that right there, I'm not buying it. And that's my reasoning. Frank had only tall quarterbacks till Bryce. Look up his history. No, he had talented quarterbacks until Bryce. The height had nothing to do with it, bro. He had talented quarterbacks, and he did nothing with them either. Look that up. I mean, do we really need to go down the list? Carson Wentz, Matt Ryan. Come on. You know the list by now. Most of you that have been debating and arguing Bryce Young for the past 6 months probably already know this list by heart. And can recite it on cue.
Hey, all I know is he wasn't too small to win a national championship or a Heisman Trophy.
Thank you. Where was the height problem behind Alabama's offensive line? Playing against SEC opponents, who are now in the NFL, by the way. Same sizes. Nothing's changed. So, you tell me. Russell Wilson didn't have that problem. Deshaun Watson did not have that problem. Lamar Jackson did not have that problem. Why is his height now all of a sudden a problem? Oh, you can't see over a line. He has to jump up just to throw the ball. Man, that's... Man. Come on, man. Literally, this is getting tiresome. This height debate is getting tiresome. I honestly, I'm done with that. Just saying his preference is talk. No. He doesn't have a preference, bro. He doesn't have a preference. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He's had all of these quarterbacks that he's lucked himself into. Get it? Andrew Luck. Pun intended. But, you know, all of these quarterbacks that were talented fell right into his lap. And what did he do with them? Nothing. Of course, Matt Ryan still threw for his 2,000 yards. That's granted. That's Matt Ryan being Matt Ryan. But everybody else, come on now.
I mean, when you think about it, when you really think about it, I could use the same argument that Ohio State quarterbacks haven't been successful in the NFL despite how good they've played in college. But guess what? As time passes, there is always going to be a team that's going to take a chance on them. Especially, I mean, what's the purpose of the draft? I mean, you're looking at picking up the best players, and sometimes those best players come from schools that maybe historically, on paper, may not have translated well in the NFL. But guess what? Still to this day and beyond, there's going to be plenty of teams that's going to take chances on them. I mean, are we going to get to the point where, oh, this player broke Ohio State school records, but he played at Ohio State. We're not going to draft him. No, no.
I mean, but at the same time, it does matter with the school history too. I mean, yeah, if you're talking like offensive linemen and like defensive linemen and secondary and special teamers, yeah, those people come from like really odds and ends schools, you know, so you kind of expect that. Kickers as well. Um, Kickers, punters, you know, special teams. But when you're talking like positional players like wide receivers, defensive ends, defensive tackles, linebackers, you know, tight ends, running backs, quarterbacks, you know, all of these people typically come from bigger schools that have been battle tested.
Now, I'll say this, you know, maybe some of those, like, you know, from like the other least, you know, not as well known schools, maybe if they got a chance to, you know, maybe get noticed a lot more, maybe in semi-pro to like an arena football or UFL league, that could help, sure. You know, that might better their chances. But I'm a firm believer, you know, if you make the kind of noise of, you know, great production, you should at least get an opportunity. I'm not saying you're gonna
Yeah, and
pass,
opportunity. Absolutely.
but you should at least get a look. At least get a look.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
And my whole thing was like, if you're grading a player, say like, that's from, let's say Troy, okay? Troy wasn't really noticed that much because of what conference they're in. And you plug that player in to, say, the SEC and the ACC, you know, where his numbers would be battle tested against actual NFL draftees, you know, and real big time people, you know, you would start to see average numbers, you know, whereas, you know, if you're looking at that player originally, those numbers would be inflated because it's Troy. That's what you look for, is inflated numbers that separate themselves from the rest of that conference. You know, the smaller teams in that conference. That's how you know you've got a potential baller. Say PJ Walker, for example, when he was in Canada. Look at the numbers he was putting up compared to his competition. You could tell he was ready for the next level. You know,
Yeah.
it was a massive gap, is what I'm saying. And that massive gap, when you plug that player in with the rest of the higher up competition that's been graded higher, you know, from big name schools, those numbers become average. So it's the sliding scale. You know what I mean? It's the plug and sliding scale. I have yet to come up with a name for that, but you know.
Oh, is there actual? Oh, there's an official name for that. I see.
No, not yet, but that's my sliding scale. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. But yeah, that's how I start to notice players like that. You know, that are lower in the spectrum. Like say that running back, Isaiah Simmons, I believe it was. That running back that Clay liked from Rob Star.
Oh, oof.
Yeah, I forget who that was, but it was from some smaller college, and like he had inflated numbers. So I was like, okay, let's give him a look, because that's what's going to catch my eye. It's not so much his what the scouts say about him. It's more so the numbers that are going to catch my eye, because that says to me, okay, he's got the potential to match up against these people. And
Yeah,
these
that's
people are
fair.
going to the NFL level. That's a guarantee. These guys are getting drafted rounds 1 through 4. Okay, if you post up numbers that are inflated for, say, a Colorado State or a Temple, and those numbers plug into the sliding scale against those people from the first 4 rounds, he's worth a look. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
that's how I scout these people, and I think it's fair, because it's fair and reasonable, because it gives everybody a chance to be seen and heard.
Yeah. That's definitely facts.
Oh snap! Do you remember Bia Petit? Oh my god, I can't even say that last name.
Biaka Batuka?
Yeah, Bia Patak.
Oh yeah.
I can't say the name.
Yeah, Tim Biaka Batuka.
Yeah, and they advertise it for a meal at McDonald's.
Oh jeez. I vaguely remember that. Oh man, you take it real way back. I vaguely remember that.
Bro, I'm telling you, if Kelvin Benjamin had kept going the way he was, they would have had Bojangles commercials for him.
Yeah.
1,000% they
Think
would have.
about it.
That's funny. That's a good one.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. I'm just stating facts I read on the internet, that's all. Well, see, a lot of the stuff that you've been bringing up is people's opinions. It's opinion articles. I mean, you shoot your shot here, but you know it's opinion articles. So you're basing your facts off of somebody else's opinion articles, and there's nothing wrong with that if they put facts in it, you know, that make sense and add to your argument. But to me, like it's just an opinion article if they don't put any facts in it. One thing I did want to address, I think it is time to address this concern, is Smith Wade.
Charles Smith Wade?
Yeah,
One of our draft picks?
yeah. I think you know where I'm going with this.
Oh.
If you look at his size and weight comparison to Dante Jackson, it's exactly the same.
Oh, that.
Yeah. He had the same shoulder injury that Dante had back in college.
Oh, snap.
Coincidence? I don't think so. This is scary here, because if this is where we're heading with this man needs to watch his injury possibilities. Now, and another concern that the scouts pointed out was the fact that he was toe tackling. Who else do we
Oh,
know
yes,
that
I
was
remember
toe
that.
tackling?
Watch the toes.
That's a problem. So, what did we essentially get here? A replacement, a younger and healthier replacement for Dante Jackson. 2.0. I mean, I didn't want to point this out because I wanted to see how many people would actually catch on to this. And nobody did.
Oof.
So, I do think it's time to address it. I was trying to keep
Fair.
it downplayed until we knew for sure. But now it's become a problem because Gilly is still not signed with us. And I'll get to Gilly in a minute. But this corner room issue is becoming a problem. A serious problem. And we need to address it ASAP. Now,
I agree.
I have it under recent news, and I read this right before I got on stream. We are talking to other corners.
Yeah, especially if, if Gilly is not going to bite, yeah, we gotta keep it moving.
I mean, people are saying that Smith Wade is comparable to Bradbury. No,
Interesting.
I don't see Bradbury. I see Dante Jackson. I see Dante Jackson, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, because
Right.
the good and healthy parts about the Smith Wade are the fact that he has coverage abilities and he has pass deflections.
Right, good point.
And similar to Dante Jackson, he does not have interceptions. But how many times was Dante targeted when he was healthy on the field? See, that's the point I'm trying to get to, because this is a good thing for us. We're getting a healthier, younger version of Dante Jackson that we traded away. So, in retrospect, good job, Dan.
Yeah,
Good
I can be
job.
on board with that.
Now, the question is, you got J.C. Horn already. Cool. So, we've got Troy Hill. Cool.
Yeah, we did
Love
bring
it.
him back.
Love it. Great re-signing, by the way. But who's our fourth? And therein lies the problem. We are right back where we started again. We didn't gain anything, except for a younger, healthier version of Dante Jackson. This is why we need Gilly, or we need another corner.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I've been pushing for, and we just haven't seemed to get on the same page about who we want. I've been debating with people in the private chats about this, and me and Blitz both, and David has too. So, it's been quite a roller coaster trying to figure out who we want. But I think we settled on Eli Apple. I think the consensus is Eli Apple. If Gilly doesn't sign.
Yeah, let me see who else is actually available now that I think about it.
You got Howard. Howard would be the next choice. And the
Yeah.
problem with Howard is it's going to ask for a bunch of money.
Yeah, he's going to be expensive.
Yep. There's also the guy from Dallas as well. That's going to ask for 10 mil. And 10 mil is too expensive for a 4-string corner. I'm sorry, it's too expensive. A 4-string corner is not worth $10 million. Not by a long shot.
I mean, there's J.C. Jackson, Cameron Sutton.
I would push for $5 million at max. And that's pushing it for a 4-string corner per year.
Or if you really want to go veteran, I mean, I don't know if he got picked up, but
Yeah.
Patrick Peterson.
Gilly wants too much. If they can correct his foot tackles, then he'll be fine. No, it's not Gilly that was foot tackling. It was Dante Jackson that was. And I was even giving him crap for that one. Come on, man. I even
Yeah,
gave him heck for that.
How would you feel about Patrick Peterson?
Patrick Peterson's gonna want too much. He's worth the value if you're looking for a third stringer or a possible arguable second, but we're looking for a fourth stringer.
His previous average salary before he got released from the Steelers was $7 million a year.
If you're looking to move Troy Hill down to fourth and push for a third stringer, I'd be okay with it. But you know, it's going to be about the dollar amount at that point.
I would at least give him a call to see what he would be willing to settle for.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I'd call Eli Apple before I'd call him, though.
Of course, Eli Apple is younger and wouldn't cost as much.
Plus, Eli Apple was actually in the Super Bowl with the Bengals.
Yeah. There's also Trey Flowers, Trey Herndon.
The rest of it's kind of iffy for me.
Yeah, which is fair.
I like Howard. I like Eli Apple, and I like the guy from Dallas. Otherwise, it's a wash for me. And we'll talk free agency as far as backup centers in a minute too, because I want to cover that too. But for right now, like, this is we've got to get this issue covered right now. We got to get this done.
Yeah.
This is a major, urgent issue. If we don't get this fourth corner, that's why we went drafting and we went after Smith-Wade. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Gilly had signed with us, we wouldn't have to worry about that. You know, we could have still drafted Smith-Wade. We would have been A-okay. You know, that would have been a solid corner room. But we put ourselves in this position because we didn't go after one of those big-name corners last year.
Right.
We missed out on Bradbury. We missed out on Josh Norman. We missed out on Hodges Tomlinson that went to Dallas. You know, that we could have gotten. You know, there were at least 3 others I could name that we missed out on. Eli Apple was one of them. And now we got another shot at Eli Apple. I suggest we don't waste it. Now is the opportunity. You're getting a cheap, good 4-string corner that we know we can rely on. And
Good
so
point.
what if he doesn't play the 3-4? Teach him. That's an added tool in his tool belt. He can take that somewhere else after a 1-year contract. You know, while we try to use him as a bridge to get what we want in the draft next year.
Yeah. That's a fair
And
point.
make that a priority. You know, a top 3 priority is a corner. Sutton might work. How much would Sutton ask for, do you think?
So
I saw that
his
in chat.
previous average annual salary was $11 million.
Too much. Sorry, too much. Even with a hometown discount, too much.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that for a 3rd string. That's 2nd string numbers right there.
Right.
You know, yeah. We'll cover that video, David, for sure. We'll get to it. Thank you for reminding me. But yeah, that's an immediate concern that needs to be dealt with. I'm not. Originally, I thought it was Gilly's agent that was causing all the problems because if this was about money, it would have been solved 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
Yeah. And then, like, then he thought, okay, well, I can control this team's draft. I can control how this team does what they do, going after a corner.
Right, right.
So, and for an agent to have that much power is insanely ridiculous and unacceptable over a team's draft.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't find that acceptable. This dude's manipulating, That's what I thought. And then, come to find out, it's Gilly. The whole time.
Interesting.
The dude's asking for more money now. It's like,
Oof.
now you want more money after all of this nonsense. Now it's about money.
And see, his average with the Cowboys was 10 mil.
Like, why are you playing with us, Gilly? What is this? Like, what are you doing, sir? We need a fourth corner, and we would love to have you, man, but you playing games with us, man.
Seriously.
That's why we're on the phone with all these other corners, because you keep playing all these games. You keep playing, you keep messing around, you go find out. You're going to be sitting on that couch for the next 6 months. That's what you get. You reap what you sow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to be reasonable with you, sir. Because I know that some of these players watch these streams. I'm just trying to be reasonable, man. I'm just trying to tell you this is what's going to happen as a consequence of your actions. You have the power to change this right now. You have the power to come here and join something bigger than yourself. This train is going to take off from the station pretty soon. Whether you're on it or not. Now, which would you rather have? Eli Apple on this roster or yourself? Choose one. Because I guarantee you, Dan is tired of playing games with you clown butt, man. He's tired of this. I'm tired of this, and I'm not even a GM. I mean, come on, man. How many contracts have been put in front of you? How many? And you don't want a single doggone one of them. Why not? And don't tell me it's about money. Because this ain't about money, sir. No, this is your pride and your ego. Because otherwise that contract would have been signed 2 months ago. Put money on it, put it on paper, sign it. Done. 2 months ago.
Yeah, got it.
This is ego. Like, I guarantee you, if Gettleman was controlling this whole situation, he would have put a number down and he would have said, okay, you go past this number, we're not signing you. Period. Go on your own way.
Right.
That man did not play any games. Because he was serious. He knew exactly what he wanted to build.
This is true. This is true.
And I know people are not going to want to hear this, as far as suggestion for Dan. But it's time for Dan to put his foot down. This has been too long. We let you have your fun. We let you play your little games. Now we're done. Now it's crunch time.
Crunch time.
You either sign the document or you don't. I'm done playing. Bro, if I'm dead, I'm done with this garbage.
Yeah, they playing around too much.
I'm done with this garbage. This joke would have pissed me off at least a month ago. I'd be like, all right, you want to try to control our draft? Fair. Now you want to play around and act like it's money? Nah, we're cutting ties. I want Eli. I'd be getting on the phone with Eli that day and cutting your dumb butt off. You could sit on the couch for 6 months.
Yeah, it's a bummer too, because he's a South Carolinian from Rock Hill.
Man, I don't want that type of toxicity in my locker room. You're a distraction right now, man. You're becoming a distraction. And it's harming us. It's not helping us. It's harming us. Either you want to sign or you don't. That's what it comes down to. I'm done with this. Signing bonus or not, I don't care. You know, roster bonus, guarantee money, I really don't care. Sign the freaking document or don't. Put down a number and be done with it, Dan. This is getting ridiculous. I mean, I want Gilly just as much as the next man here, but this is too long. This has been going on way too doggone long. I would have put a stop to this before the draft even. Here's how I would have handled this. I would have said, okay, I'm going to take a page out of Dave Gettleman's book and just said, okay, I've handed you 2 different contracts in the month of April. You don't want them? All right. You're not controlling my draft. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to slap one more number down 6 days before this draft. You don't want it? I'm parting ways with you. And I'm signing Eli Apple within the week. Don't like it? Too bad. Go sit your butt on the couch and quit and be done with it. Because I'm not hosting a child on my roster that likes to play video games. This ain't video games, sir.
Uh-oh.
We're trying to build a roster. We're trying to build something real here. Either you want to be a part of it or you don't. If you want to be on a competitive team that's fixing to go and go after a ring, this is the right place for you.
Yeah.
But don't act like you can control our contracts and control our draft and think you can get away with that. We're going to send you on your way. That's how business works, sir.
Right.
The NFL is a business. Did you forget that? Now, if it really is your agent, and this is a Josh Norman situation, I'm going to let you off the hook. But you need to come out and say, this is my agent doing this. Alright? I need you to plainly say that. Please. Otherwise, I'm going to keep believing it's you.
Fair point. Very fair point.
Alright, now, the free agent market for center is garbage.
Right. Switching to center.
Yeah. The free agent market for center is garbage. I've been saying that for months now. And I said, if you don't want to draft a center, that's what you're going to be dealing with.
Oh, man. Tyler Larson?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Is this the same Tyler Larson that once played with us?
Correct.
Oh, Lord.
Yep. Let me pull up free agent centers.
Oh, want to bring Pat F-Line back?
No.
Corey's like, bump that. I mean, there's not really much on here.
NFL.
I mean, there's Connor Williams, but I mean,
Let me bring it up on my screen real quick. Because y'all need to see what this list looks like. I'm not pulling anybody's leg here. This is real. This is what we're doing with. And this is because you didn't draft a center. Now this is what we're facing. And I mean, credit to Dan for playing games with people, man. And making them think that we were going after a center. And we got what we needed. I mean, props to you. Props to you. That was a great game plan. But the problem is, now you're dealing with this free agent list. Alright, so here's what we got left. We've got Kingsley, who came from the Lions. You've got Andrew Meyer, who came from the Dolphins. And the Dolphins' offensive unit was very questionable against very strong teams.
right?
But good against weaker teams. So is that Andrew Meyer's fault or no? Hard to say. So that's really the debate you would have with him. I would trust Kingsley over Meyer. You know, you'd still be doing with $950K. You know, as a what is this category? AAV. What is that? Average something value.
Yeah, average annual average annual.
Oh,
salary,
okay.
I believe that's
Average
what that
annual
is.
value. Alright, so you'd be doing with an annual average value of just about $1 million with Kingsley. $2.8 million value wise, which is not too bad. That's the value of a rookie center. You'd be dealing with Drake Nugent from the Niners. Duke Clements, Brian Hudson, both from the Lions. You'd be dealing with Bryson Mays from the Niners. Will Putnam. I mean, do we really want Will Putnam, though? Come on, be honest.
I think not.
No. That's an average mid Raiders team. No, thank you. Mike from Seattle. Andrew Raym. I'm pretty sure that's how you say his name. Raym. Raym.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, no thank you. That was from us. That was a training camp guy.
Right.
Charles Turner from New England, who was trash. Bucky Williams from the Chargers. And Lecious Smith from the Green Bay Packers.
Huh.
Those are the ones that are on the list starting out here. So realistically, you're doing with Connor Williams, Mason Cole, Scott Queensberry, Connor McGovern, Tyler Larson, Jonathan Harrison, Pat Effline, Corey Levin, Cameron Tom, James Ferentz, J.C. Hasnor, and Keaton Sutherland. In other words, pure garbage on this list.
Oof.
Pure garbage. That's what I was warning people about before this draft ever started. I tried to warn you guys. And the warnings went unheeded. So, I mean, now what?
Now what?
So, the plan is to put Brady Christensen behind Corbett.
Corbett? Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So what you're basically doing is locking Brady Christensen up into a box.
Oh.
Because this dude is a multi-tool Swiss knife. You can put him anywhere on that offensive line, he'll do well. Same thing with Cade Mays. So what you're now asking Cade Mays to do is become Superman in that depth chart.
Pretty much.
And you got this is where I got a problem, man. I don't like this. And you're not picking up. Even if we went after Tyler Larson or Pat Eflin, I'd be okay with that because at least we got something behind center that we know we can trust. And that would free up Brady Christensen to do whatever he needs to do. Because,
right.
The chances of Corbett going down with an injury are high. So you do have Tyler Larson, who is not an injury-prone guy. You do have Pat Eflin, that's not an injury-prone guy. So you can trust them. But how well can they block? Probably not all that well, so you'll need somebody to help them out, which would be Brady Christensen on either the left or the right side.
Okay.
Preferably the left because we've been having a lot of issues with Scott Chandler. Zavala.
Chandler Zavala.
Yeah, with Zavala. So, that would be where I would put him. To maximize his ability to be that Swiss Army knife.
I see.
And then Cade Mays will be freed up to do whatever he needs to do. Wherever he is needed. Whether it be behind Taylor, whether it be behind Icky, wherever that's needed. That's where I would move him to. Because bottom line, we didn't get any tackles or guard help in this draft.
Right.
So, that's the direction I would go, and it's worth a few million to me, to do this. If I was Dan. You're looking at 1.3 for Tyler Larson. You're looking at 1.1 for Pat Eflin. Just pick one of these guys up, you're good.
Right.
They've had prior history with us, it's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Just pick somebody up, though. If you want. But if you're going to put Brady Christensen behind center, you're locking him up into a box. He's not allowed to do anything else. If Corbett goes down. He can't go anywhere else. And he is such a Swiss Army knife that it's going to drive him nuts. Because we have a lot of problem spots.
Right.
In this depth chart. So, to me, this is just... I don't know. Let's look at guards real quick. Now, we did get Robert Hunt. I'll give you that. We did get Damian Lewis. Cool. So, we got our left guard and our right guard. Cool.
Right.
So, that's going to help out Zavala. But Zavala is going to be still a shaky number 2.
Right.
You see why I'm saying this is because now you could put Cade Mays or Brady Christensen over there to help out.
Right.
Should you need to. But that leaves the tackle spot open. So one of those two has to deal with the tackles. One of them has to deal with the guards.
Right.
Depth spot wise. Alright, so because of the fact that you did not sign another guard or tackle, you're dealing with this list here. You've got oh boy. This is not healthy here. Greg Van Rotten.
Oh, Greg Van Roten. Oh, another familiar name.
Yep. Trey Turner.
Another familiar name.
The only problem with Trey Turner is he is fresh off that injury in New Orleans.
Right.
But, I mean, is he a solid guard still? Absolutely. If you can keep him healthy. To me, it's worth the injury risk. Because at that point, we're already dealing with injury problems anyway. And we do also have the option of Gabe Jackson, who I thought was a solid guard last year. How much faith do you have in Gabe Jackson, though?
Not as much as I would have in a Greg Van Roten.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
And Greg came off the Raiders.
Yeah.
You've also got Justin McCray. Wyatt Davis? No. Justin Schaefer? No. I don't trust anybody coming out of Atlanta. Offensive line wise.
Dang.
I wouldn't trust a single one of them. They have drafted a bunch of bums for their offensive line. Yeah, I said it. Bums. Quote me on it. Because how many times have you seen an Atlanta quarterback stay on his feet for an entire game?
That's fair.
And that's not the player's fault. That's the GM. He's an idiot. He's just following in the footsteps of prior idiots. So, there you go.
Dang.
That have done the same exact thing. Could this perhaps be Arthur Blank?
It is very possible.
I mean, I'm not throwing it out the window yet. That's a theory.
That's fair. That's definitely a fair theory.
I mean, conspiracy theory, but whatever. But yeah, there's not a lot here. Chris Reed from Minnesota.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Vitae from Detroit. Nick Gates from Washington. But I mean, that's Phil Haynes from Seattle. That's really the best you're going to do.
Right.
I vote Trey Turner. It's worth the injury risk for the talent that you're getting.
Yeah, fair.
We need we really should get a tackle to help out Cade Mays and Brady Christensen. But the problem is, look how many tackles are still available. You got literally 4 left tackles available.
Right.
And they're all garbage. David from Green Bay, Charles Leno from Washington, you got Dwayne Brown from the Jets, and then you got Donovan Smith from the KC Chiefs, who is 30 years old. All of them, common denominator is over 30 years old.
Over 30. Wow.
Yep. This is not it. This is not it. You don't want a left tackle anymore. So how about right tackle? Ooh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Yikes! You're looking at Billy Turner and David Queensberry?
Oof.
That's the best you could do?
Apparently.
Ouch! See,
Yeah,
this
that doesn't
is
say much.
exactly why I say you got to draft these people early. Otherwise, this is what you're dealing with. You get a bunch of 90-man roster people, but I mean, that's... How many of those are actually going to pan out? Probably none of them.
Probably not.
You're right back where you started. When you're going into preseason mode, so now it's 90-73, I believe it is. No, 79. It was 79.
Oh, 79. Oh, okay.
I think it's, I forget the exact number, but it's somewhere in the 70s range, and then it goes straight down to 53.
Gotcha.
So it's a 2-cut process now.
2-cut process.
Yep. Mm-hmm. 2 cuts, and it used to be 4. You remember when it used to be 4?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
So like all the old Madden games will have the 4-cut system, and then it went down to 3 because of COVID, and now it's 2.
Decisions.
Which, I mean, this is where I don't want to be a GM. You know what I'm saying? Like, dealing with contracts and cutting down that 90-man roster is just horrendous. Because you know you're getting rid of somebody that's talented when you're building a roster like this. And these guys go somewhere else and they kill you because they're given an opportunity to take advantage of it.
Exactly.
I mean, these are the concerns we got right now. It is the offensive line and corner. Now, I would like some defensive end help. Let's see what's available. I doubt there's anything still there. Worth exploring, really. Ooh. I take that back.
Uh-oh. What'd you come across?
I take that back. But we may not be out of the woods yet. Look at this list. This is good. This is encouraging. We got Ogaba from the Dolphins. You got Yannick is still out there. You got Charles Harris. You know, from Detroit. Marquise Haynes. I want Haynes back.
I wouldn't mind having Haynes back.
Yeah, I want Haynes back. Rashawn Green. Shaq Lawson, who I would technically classify as a linebacker. David Mayo. It depends. Are they coming out of a 3-4, though? If they're coming out of a 3-4, I can see where they switched them. David Mayo was a linebacker. Outside linebacker.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, Anthony Barr, Kyle Phillips, Tanner Muse. Is that the same Tanner Muse I think it is? Ooh, Bruce Irvin. Bruce Irvin is still there.
We had him on our team once before.
Justin Houston's still there. Okay. Fair.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd take a chance on.
Fair. Anthony Barr.
Yeah, why not?
I want Haynes. Out of this entire list, I want Haynes.
Yeah, Haynes I wouldn't.
I'm not even blinking on this one. I want Haynes. Alright, so with Haynes... Henry Anderson's out there too, but Henry's a really third stringer for me. But with I'm gonna check out Tanner Muse in a second. But Haynes is 2.7.
2.7.
2.75. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Which is not too bad. Now let me see if this is the same Tanner Muse I think it is. Outside linebacker, Chiefs. Where's this? Yep, it sure is. That's the same guy I was thinking it was. He's from Clemson.
Oh, okay.
I'll be
Right.
doggone. He's out there. Wow. Rookie contract from 2020. 4-year contract, 4.3. His most recent contracts were 2021, 2022, 1-year contract, $660,000. And then 2023, he was signed to the Pittsburgh Steelers for one year, $1 million. We could get him for cheap. He's an outside linebacker, but he plays like a defensive end. He's a run stopper mostly. And if I'm not mistaken, okay, 2020. This dude was from Venables defense, I think.
Oh, really?
If I'm not mistaken, I think so. 2020, that sounds about right. Let me double check that. Because oh god, what was? Yeah, Brent Venables.
Interesting.
Clemson. Da 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 da. I mean, by the way, Venables has a 40-23 record in Oklahoma.
Oh, really?
Just FYI. Yep.
Dang.
I saw that coming from a mile away. This dude's a ball coach. I want that type of energy in our office, man, in Charlotte. Just the intensity, man. Are you kidding me? We're talking about a man that shut down the triple option 2 years in a row that Georgia Tech had. 2 negative numbers. Back-to-back years. Yes, negative numbers. Dude stayed up till like 2 in the morning and camped out in his office, coming up with new defensive schemes.
Well, sometimes you gotta really go in.
You look at this face, you tell me this isn't a fuck. Come on, man. You tell me this isn't a freaking ball coach. Look at that face.
It's like you're onto something there.
God. Dude looks like he's onto adrenaline or something, man. That's the most intense ball coach face I've ever seen in my life.
Well, as long as it's not a face that's similar to Adam Gase,
God.
we're good.
That was terrifying.
Yeah, that dude, I don't know what he was on, but...
Yeah. 2012 to 2021. This is one of Brent Venables' guys. Yep. I was right. Tanner Muse.
Do we know it?
Yep. I love anybody that was part of Venables' crew during that time period. Because these dudes were ballers. I love them. AJ Terrell was one of them, too.
Oh, right on.
Yep. Isaiah Simmons. Mm-hmm. All of those guys. Monsters. Why do you think I wanted them so bad? and we had a need for it. You know? That's the biggest thing. We had a need for it. So, that being the case, you know, he was with the Chargers. I believe, unless that contract ended. Yeah, I don't know what that contract is now, but anyway, point is, that's the same dude.
Same dude. Dang.
Wow. Yeah, I changed my mind. I want Tanner. You know what? Wait a second. $1 million? 1 mil? Shoot,
That's
let's
all
sign
he's
them
worth?
both. Let's sign them both. Heck with it. Let's sign them both. I want Haynes and Tanner. Give me both of them. We need some linebacker depth anyway.
I mean, you already got the organization going in on a lot of players for evaluations, so I mean, hey, I'm sure they got room to add more.
Defensive tackle, I mean, I feel like we won on defensive tackle on that one. Does he also play defensive end, though? Because that was the whole reason of going after Justin Eagerby. That was the main reason I was targeting him.
Uh-huh.
And I'm talking about like the defensive tackle that we drafted. Does he double up?
Yeah, I believe so.
Good. That's what we wanted. Then goal accomplished, as far as I'm concerned. You do have Fletcher Cox out there. You do have, although Fletcher Cox is getting old now.
Yeah, he is getting up there in age. That is true.
33. I mean, there's not much out here, so my whole thing is like, that's what we're dealing with here to solve those problems. No more safeties. Okay? No more safeties, no more running backs, please. We're full up.
Yeah, I can be on board with that.
We are full up. I don't have a problem with us signing like one kicker to give our kicker right now a challenge, you know? Which is what we ended up doing. But I feel like we're really thin in a few areas. And that's why I'm saying, like, why load up the running back room when we still have not addressed corner and center? That's where I'm at right now. Technically, we didn't address it. We addressed it by not addressing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And balancing it out.
Definitely.
So we balanced out two areas. We didn't progress, but we didn't go downhill. Which, I mean, is not... It's good, but it's bad at the same time. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
The whole point of using two of those draft picks was to do exactly that. Was to progress.
Right.
So, Miles Sanders. And that's the last big topic I've got, really. Oh, also Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton's locked in. So, what quarterback are we going after? While we're talking free agents.
Quarterback.
Yeah, quarterback.
I mean...
Okay, so Dave Canales wants a veteran quarterback, right? Alright, take a look at this list and tell me what veteran quarterbacks are on this list that aren't going to cost us a fortune.
Okay.
You know, that we can legit use. Because I don't see any.
I mean...
Tannehill is $29.5 million.
Oh yeah, Tannehill, no.
Gone.
It's too expensive.
That's the only one that's got value.
Yeah.
Hoyer's terrible. Blaine Gabbert's terrible. AJ's terrible. Matt Barkley, waste of my time.
I would be, to a degree, I would be okay with Blaine Gabbert, to a degree. Only because
Maybe.
of, him coming from Kansas City.
Maybe.
Him playing behind Mahomes. But everybody else on that list, Simeon, don't care.
Right. Logan Woodside, wasted my time. Felipe Franks, don't waste my time. Ben DiNucci, don't even know who you are. Don't waste my time. Garrett Gilbert, I'm halfway interested in him. I saw something in him in preseason, but that was preseason. You know what I'm saying? I'd be willing to explore that again for a third string quarterback, but, just to make sure we have a third string quarterback. Okay, sure.
I mean, if I had to choose between two, Blaine Gabbert and A.J. McCarron, I would tolerate. Either of those two, I would tolerate.
Yeah. I would maybe argue a case for Brian Hoyer.
I think the only thing with him is, because of the age, but that's about it. That's really the only thing I can say is just because of the age, but that's minor.
I'd say Garrett Gilbert.
There's really nobody on this list that just really speaks out to me.
And then I had a thought.
What's that?
Watch what the Falcons do with Kirk Cousins. They're not allowed to trade him, but they're paying him all that money.
Yeah, he's on a no-trade clause.
And now that you've invested in Michael Penix Jr., you got a massive contract to get rid of with Kirk Cousins.
And if they release him, that's a humongous cap hit.
They've got no other choice. You either have to pay the man or you have to take a massive hit.
Yeah.
You put yourself in a massive box there. Horrible box.
So, my question is, have they, by default, named him as starter? Or is it...
Everybody's leaning towards Penix right now.
Really? Wow.
That's the talks.
Wow.
Yeah.
So then what the heck did they bring... Wow. So what the heck did they bring him over in the first place for?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Well. Yeah.
And Kirk Cousins is over here like, ooh, I want to play for a winner. I want to play for somebody that's going to give me a ring. Atlanta's not going to get you a ring, bro. I could have already told you that before signing.
Shoot.
I could have told you that before you even signed, sir.
He would have been better off extending with the Minnesota Vikings.
Right.
Shoot.
I mean, it's less money, but still, you at least know you're going to be useful.
Yeah, and you at least are on a team that, at least has been able to do some damage that you've been to the playoffs with. So,
I mean, if one of the players there that's on offense just wants a workout partner,
yeah,
he's down.
I mean, at the same time, it's both good and bad. Good because Kirk's gonna get paid regardless. He's going to get paid.
Yeah.
It's just he might be so frustrated and he might not play or might not start.
Right.
So.
Right.
It's kind of a catch-22.
It really is, though. So when Dave Canales says, I want to pick up a veteran quarterback, and this is after the draft, mind you. Who are we picking up? There's nobody here, bro. Who are you picking up? Wentz is a walking piece of glass.
And before anybody even has a chance to even comment or jump on this, no to Cam Newton. Before anybody even thinks about it, no.
Agreed. This dude hasn't even touched a football for 3 years. You think he is actually going to be able to play against a live opponent? Man, please. With his decision making after that concussion, no thank you.
Besides, I mean, I understand. The only benefit would be if we were to get him, like, right now.
Mm-hmm.
That would mean he would get, training camp and all that.
But how much would he ask for, though? Because here's the problem with this. We paid him $10 million for 6 games, and he barely touched the football on the field. We barely gave him any snaps.
And not only that, he's going to have to be able to accept that you're not starting. Plain and simple as that, you're not starting.
You're third string now.
Yeah.
Because we can't get rid of Andy Dalton. I want to move Andy Dalton as soon as we're able to move Andy Dalton. But we can't move him right now. And that would require us being able to replace Andy Dalton with another quarterback. So you're locked in right there too. And I was not happy when I saw Andy Dalton just like chucking this ball into the... Bro, Andy is not Andy anymore. Let's face it, Andy is not Andy anymore. When I saw it in preseason, I was just like, oh my God. What did we just sign? Frank, what did you just sign? When I saw the name, I was just like, yeah, Andy Dalton. Because obviously, if you know anything about Andy Dalton and what he did with the Bengals, your brain just automatically clicks and just goes, yes, sign him. For a cheap deal.
Right.
But when you watch him play football in training camp and you watch him in preseason, you're going, uh-oh. We got a problem here. Why was this man signed to 3 years? Doesn't that sound shady to you?
A little bit, yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it. So now we're forced to either let that contract run out or move him. I say move him. As soon as we're able to. I don't like this. There better be a good veteran quarterback on that quarterback carousel when we do move him. Otherwise, we don't.
Yeah, understandable.
And we'd be better off drafting a quarterback at that point. Which we should be doing anyway.
Right.
Because no matter who we pick up as a third-string quarterback right now, we're going to end up doing that anyway. So it's worth looking at, Wentz should be on this list as well. And Wentz is a walking piece of glass.
Yeah, that he is.
You need an offensive line that is literally Fort Knox to protect this dude. And we do not have that yet. Not even close to that yet.
Yeah.
Despite what everybody thinks. Yeah, we signed those 2 guards. Yeah, we have Corbett. But Corbett's got that ankle injury history. And Taylor Moton and Icky are liable.
And the thing is, a big part of me is biased towards Wentz because he is from Raleigh, North Carolina, just like me.
I mean, I like Wentz's potential, but he's a walking piece of glass.
Yeah.
He's a skeleton. And that's not what we need right now. We don't need a skeleton.
Right.
We need a quarterback. So, with that in mind, Cam Newton's out of the picture because he hadn't touched football in 3 years. Then you got Ryan Tannehill that's going to ask for $10 million right out of the gate. Even if you try to go for Cam Newton, he's going to ask for $10 million right out of the gate. That's just... plus some more because you're asking for an entire season out of him.
This is true.
And the fact that he's going to have to settle for third string, which he's not happy about.
Right. Which I get, but then at
Yeah.
the same time, he's got to understand. It's like, bro, you hadn't played in the league in a
Yeah,
couple of years.
he's gonna cause all kinds of chaos. So you're gonna have to deal with that negativity and toxicity in your locker room and a distraction. No, thank you. So who is left? Nobody.
Yeah.
Like, Dave, I don't get what you're trying to do here. Like, we're not doing... I get if this was a distraction so you could make sure to get who you wanted in the draft. You know, if this was a smokescreen for that, I get it. You know? Okay, I could maybe buy that. Because I bought that before, you know, when you did this. But now, like, this is... We're done with the draft. We're done with free agency. Now what? Bro. What are you trying to smokescreen?
Right.
I don't get it. I don't get what's the point here? What are we going after? So and looking at this list, you missed your shot at Will Greer. You missed your shot at Kyle Allen. You missed your shot at Sam Hartman. Wentz is gone. The Rams got him, actually.
Right.
No. Chiefs got him.
Wait, the Chiefs have Carson Wentz?
Yeah.
What the heck did that happen?
1 year deal, 3.3.
Wow.
Apparently. Yeah, he's the Chiefs. Chiefs.
That is one.
See, here's the thing. That's the ideal situation for him because they have a Fort Knox offensive line.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, he went to the right place. I'm happy about that. They're going to get the most out of him. We missed out on Garoppolo, Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco would have been my call. Marcus Mariota. Sam Darnold's garbage. Kirk Cousins. We could have had Kirk Cousins for a much cheaper price, and he would have been a solid backup and eventually replaced Andy Dalton. We would have told him day one, you know, this is what we're doing with you. Andy Dalton's out the door. You're number 2 after that. It won't be long. We're waiting on this contract to go out. He would have said, all right, you guys got a plan? I'm down. I'll stick. Give me a number. Let's get this done. And it's that simple. You know, same with Joe Flacco. Just be up front with these guys. You know, but now that they're gone, you missed your shot.
Right.
We could have had Russell Wilson on the cheap, man. Are you kidding me? $1.2 million? You're telling me the Steelers paid $1.2 million for this man?
Yeah. Pretty small amount.
Bro. $1.2 million for 1 year?
Yeah, we could have done that.
What the?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm pissed. Now I'm actually legitimately pissed off. Why would you not pick this man up after the failed experiment in Denver? Knowing that we could put something together with Russell Wilson and work around this man. Are you kidding me? We could resurrect this man's career.
Yeah, that much is true.
He's an RPO quarterback. What are we building right now? West Coast. That's exactly what he was running in Seattle. Ugh! For $1.2 million, you could have had a West Coast quarterback. Renegade West Coast. Oh my God. That's frustrating to me. That's incredibly frustrating to me. That's gonna stew on me for at least a few days.
Yeah, totally understandable. That's
You are kidding me. 1.2. Bro, we literally signed a 6'3" wide receiver for that much. Are you kidding me?
No, they're not. Apparently, they are not.
Dan, what are you doing? What? Why? Literally, why? I'm to the point where I'm just like, why?
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. I think a lot of these names that we see in the transactions, just real quick. 2 defenders after a workout. So that was 3 days ago.
Yeah.
TJ Smith, Cam Gill, workout guys. Apparently, Gill is a native of Sumter, South Carolina. TJ Smith was one of the people that was a linebacker with Dave Canales in Tampa.
Ah, interesting.
Yep. So, I think that essentially these are really, really interesting transaction moves.
Right.
And there's a lot to be said for what we're doing here. Alright, so positionally, you got a defensive end, a wide receiver, offensive tackle, Crawford. Corner, Willie Drew, another offensive tackle, offensive lineman, tight end. None of these names really stand out to me right now, you know.
Right.
Darius Hodges. Darius Hodges is familiar to me. I think he was on a practice squad at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll take your word for it. I don't recognize the name, so I'll take your word for it.
It's slightly familiar to me. He's a defensive end. I mean, we did pick up Andrew Rom. Andrew, yeah, the center. So, Jaden Sheridan. Now, the only name out of the ones that I was particularly concerned with that we let go of was Spencer Brown. Because of the fact that I really, really liked Spencer Brown. I saw the potential in this dude, but he was not hitting the gaps hard enough.
Right.
The rest of these guys, you can do whatever you want with them. You know? To me, I mean, we re-signed Blackshear.
Right. Brought him back for another year. That we did.
How much faith do you have in Josh Neiman, the offensive tackle? Tell me about Josh.
Can't really say that I have much. Don't really know much about him, so.
Because
Yeah,
that's
I don't
your
know.
backup tackle that's supposed to to take the pressure off of Brady Christensen and Cade Mays right there. He's probably going to make the 53 because of that reason. If he separates himself from all these other tackles in the 90-man roster during training camp.
Right.
That's a big if, and I think he will. Because Christian Duffy, Jeremiah Crawford, I don't know these guys. I'd have to get to know them.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree.
But I think getting down to it, we have the potential to get 7 to 8 wins with this roster.
Right.
I see a lot of potential here to make this happen. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard work. It's going to take blood, sweat, and tears to get to that 7 to 8 wins.
Yeah.
And if that's what we get, that's what we get. Whatever this record is, that's what we get. And we take that and we use that to get the rest of what we need.
That's what we got to do.
There's no other way around it. You've got to sit on this schedule. Because these... Let's be real, folks. This schedule just sucks. I'm just being real with you. It sucks. But we've had worse ones.
Oh, much worse.
But as far as what we're trying to do, it's favorable. The way it's laid out, it's favorable. I think even without the primetime games, we should be okay. I kind of like that there's a bye week right before the Chiefs.
Yeah. That will hopefully help with mental and physical preparation.
I like that. I also like the fact
any,
that the Cardinals are in between the Cowboys and the Buccaneers in Week 16 there. That's going to help us. I like that Tampa Bay is right in between KC and the Eagles. That gives us an opportunity at home to get a win.
Okay, yeah.
We're fresh off a loss, we've humbled ourselves after that win against the Giants in Germany. We get our bye week, we take our medicine against KC, and then we say, okay, now we're back on a realistic plane. Let's go get a win. Against the Buccaneers. Take another L to the Eagles, Take a loss to the Cowboys. Who cares? These to me, these big name teams, who really cares? The point is the draft stock. For me. Because where we land on that draft stock is going to tell us exactly what we can get and what we cannot get. With 7 to 8 wins, where would that put us? Between 10 and 15, right?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Because that's going to set up a lot of really good talent for us that could fall out of the top 10. That's right where we want to be. We're getting the table scraps from the top 10. That's excellent. We got a number 1 pick this year. That's going to suit us well. And we got 9 picks.
Yeah.
So we're sitting there at the top of the round every time. Right at the top of the round. Top third. Perfect.
Yeah.
Now, one last thing to address with that. Those compensatory picks. That supposedly they're going to give us if the Chiefs have a worse record than us.
Okay.
Let's be real, folks. That ain't gonna happen.
It's definitely not going to happen.
We're not getting those picks. I'm just telling you that right now. It's not happening. If you think KC is going to get less than 8 wins, you're delusional.
Yep.
With that loaded team of theirs. And one of those wins is going to be against us.
Yep.
There's just no getting around that.
No doubt about that.
So, what? How many picks does that give us total after that? You know? I need draft picks 25. Listen, picks 25. This is updated April 27th. Okay. So we have our own first rounder. We have a second rounder that we got out of the Rams. We have our third. We have a fourth. We have a fifth. We have a Giants fifth rounder as well. So that's 2 fifths. Our own sixth. Our own seventh, unless it's lower than Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Arizona's seventh, unless it's lower than Carolina's. The Chiefs will get the higher of the 2 sevenths, but only one of them. And then a Kansas City 7th. So, that's where it really gets interesting is that 7th round. And why I'm interested in this is because if you've got 3 7th rounders, we need to start moving 2 of those up for a late round 6th and pick up a talent. Let's move that up. The 7th round is garbage time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's time we start taking advantage of the garbage time and turning that into a player. Did you see how much talent was on that board during the 6th round, bro?
Oh, there was loads. There's definitely loads.
That's what I'm telling you. The last 2 years, it has been a treasure trove. It's like Pandora's box in the 6th round. You couldn't walk around without finding a good talented player in the 6th round this draft. That's why I'm telling you, we need to take advantage of this and do this.
Well,
Dan, it's up to you though. Take advantage.
It is up to Dan. He's got to be on it. But
Bottom
anyway.
line, we got enough talent to get 6, 7 to 8 wins.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yep,
I think so too.
we'll get it.
But schedule's out. We know what we're up against.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I guess it's just full speed ahead to these OTAs and
Yep.
training camp going and see how our guys are looking out
Phase
there
3.
on the field. And then before you know it, it'll be time for that first preseason game.
Mm-hmm. Pay attention to my Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps. I'll be posting my plans for training camp. And I'll also put out a video for that. Once I've figured out what I'm going to do with that. Because they moved it up to Charlotte, so this is going to be a challenge. I do want to do one weekend up there. But that's
That's
probably
right. It's
all
not
I'm
in
going to be
Wofford.
able to pull off.
Yeah, I have to keep an eye out for when they get the schedule out for that.
That's usually going to drop about mid-July.
Okay, so we got a little while.
Yeah. Typically, it drops about mid-July.
Okay.
But, yeah, I need to start scheduling something around that time.
Right.
I'd like to do a joint practice if I can. And it looks like the Jets are a joint practice day.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Cool.
Okay, so preseason. What do we got here?
I know we got the Patriots, Jets, and Bills.
Ooh, we got Jacksonville in preseason?
I thought we had the Patriots, Jets, and Bills.
Oh, Patriots, Jets, and Bills. Okay. We can work with that. Preseason. I need to see exactly. Okay, so Twitter. Hold on. That's not it. I need it listed. Let's see. Where are we at? Here we go. Alright. So typically what they do is they'll do joint practices with week 2 and week 3.
Mm-hmm.
If they do joint practices, you'll most likely see it against the third one.
Okay. Fair
So
enough.
it looks like it's going to be Buffalo. If we do a joint practice, it'll be Buffalo.
Ooh.
Wow. August 24th? That's a really late preseason game.
Yeah, it is.
Did they move up the NFL schedule again?
I have no idea. Not that I know of.
Yikes, man. Yikes. Let me see this again.
But,
Ooh, September 8th is our first week, officially. So they're starting in September.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. They used to start in the middle of August. Or at the end of August. Oh well. Works for me. But yeah, I'll be working on trying to get a weekend set up for that, to where I could be up there. I don't know when that's going to happen. It could be 3 days during the regular week. It could be a weekend. I'm not sure, but it'll be 3 days straight for sure.
Yeah.
And we'll have to meet up and make that happen, bro. You know, one of those days.
And,
Since it'll be more accessible to you guys up there, you and David.
Yeah, since, I've driven to, Charlotte Concord so many times. Yeah. But, cool deal. But, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that will wrap up things for tonight. But, yeah, definitely potential to improve on this season versus last season.
Yep.
But yeah, no matter what, keep pounding. We're gonna get through this.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Let's see what this team is made of.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But as usual, we want to thank everybody that came out and chatted up with us, not only on my channel but also Corey's channel as well.
Mm-hmm.
Good conversations, good topics, and yeah, looking forward to the next one. Who knows how this center or cornerback situation, something may pop up. Let's keep our eyes out and our ears out and go from there. But y'all know the deal. Like, comment, follow, subscribe, all of the above for myself, for Corey.
Yep.
Corey, remind them once more where they can find you.
For the YouTube channel, it is Keep Pounding 3869. Once again, that's Keep Pounding, all one word, 3869. Search that in the search bar for YouTube, and you should find me. And the logo should look like what you see on your screen. For me. And also the Facebook group page. Keep Pounding in all caps. Again, that's the Facebook group page. Not the regular page, but the group page. I've had people get that confused. So.
There you go. Very good, very good.
Yep.
But it's been fun, and keep pounding as usual.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody stay blessed. Hope everybody, the weekend will be here in a couple of days, so hope everybody has a blessed weekend.
Yep.
And we will see y'all very soon. For myself, Blitzball Champ, and
Keep Pounding.
There it is. We will catch y'all in the next video and or live stream. Stay blessed.
Stay happy, healthy, and well. Peace.
And I'm clear on my side.
Alright, so that was Blitzball's channel. Alright, for mine, I have one final question for you guys. Would you be interested in turning this channel into a gaming channel for the dead months that we're not doing anything? If anyone has any interest in that, let me know in either the chat or the comment section. I'd be very, very interested in hearing your answers, and what types of games would you be interested in seeing me play? I could drop the list of games that I have, and we'll roll from there. Okay, Lock Poppy says yes. Okay, cool. Also, do you guys like the new format? Because I've been toying around with this, and I really like it. I think it's cool. You can finally see the chat on the screen. There you go. But, yeah. Yeah, what types of games would you guys like to see me play? Yeah, I have, I've been working on God of War recently. I've been working on Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I've been working on Star Wars type stuff. I've been working on Batman type stuff. So, Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh's been the majority lately. So, anything else, just let me know, and I will post the list of games, for you guys in the community chat or Facebook group page. So, let me know, guys. I put a post up a few days ago about that, so you guys just go find that on the Facebook group page and chat about it. We'll get it rolling. But yeah, I want to thank everybody that got involved here. I know David Screws, you put a bunch of comments in this chat and I didn't get to them all, and I apologize. I did read through some of them. I didn't get them all, but I'll probably watch the VOD later on and probably respond to a few. But appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Heat3. Shout out to Lock Poppy, my mod. Shout out to Marcos Cash. All the usuals in here, man. Love it, love it, love it. Shout out to Corey Rucker on Facebook. Shout out to Jamal Bird on Facebook. I will catch you guys in the next stream. I won't be doing Facebook lives for a while until we have more content during training camp and stuff like that. So, for you guys, just look out for my posts. For YouTube, head on over to my group page. You'll find out my schedule for what I'm doing, streams and stuff like that for the dead months of May, June, and most of July. And be looking out for my training camp videos and things of that nature coming up, as well as the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League, Keep Pounding League. So if you want to get involved in that, look out for that post as well around July. That's about it. Stay happy, healthy, and well. You know how we roll around here, man.
You know it.
It's always fun hanging out with the Blitz, man, and getting this stuff done. You know? And appreciate the conversations. Love everybody that's new here. Subscribe. Pound that like button one time for us, man. Pound it one time, man. And share the stream if you feel like doing it, man. It helps us get our content out there. Go sub to Blitzball Champ. And he does gaming streams during the dead months. So go check him out.
Yep, still pretty busy with the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth stream. So
I've been on Twitch as well. Shadow Warrior 645 with 1W. Shadow Warrior 645 on Twitch. Go check that out for my gaming content. I don't know how long those VODs will be up for, but I stream on there like 2 or 3 times a week nowadays. So anyway, that'll do it.
alrighty.
Peace, guys.
See y'all next time.
Blitzball, tell them where to find you.
So for me, you can find me on YouTube at Blitzball Champ, capital B, capital C, all together one word. And you can also look at my link tree, which will have access to each of my socials. Link tree, that's linktr.ee/blitzballchampgaming. That's linktr.ee/blitzballchampgaming. And you can connect to all of my socials there.
Alrighty, folks. Well, it's been fun. Hit that like button and keep pounding.
Keep pounding. See y'all next time.
Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on a prowl, we continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic signal and a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's a towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker. He can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook. Tober like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm out of bounds. 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the hometown go boom. Force the fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the proud, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding.
Purchase your track
Ice
now.
up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. Carolina keep